You know, I'm proud of myself. I was pretty tired. I was dead beat after stream last night. You know, it's a tiring subject. You'll have to forgive me for my my weakness. Wait, hold on a second. What did you just open that door, or did a cat headbutt it? They both headbutt Ruben and Capella? Okay, yeah, because that door just opened with the force of a person opening it. Oh my god. That, like, spooked me. Alright, well. Anyway, I was having, like, a little Patrick Bateman moment. Oh, I gotta iron this collar, too. I was having a little Patrick Bateman moment with the routine, you know, last night, because it was, like, 1 in the morning, and I was thinking, you know, I gotta pass the fuck out. And then I thought, no. I need to do my PT exercises. So I locked the fuck in, and I did the goddamn PT exercises. I did it. I did that shit. Hello, Ruben. 30 minutes. PT physical therapy. My lower back's bad. I hurt my lower back a long time ago. Rears up now and again. You know, got to make sure I sit with proper posture. Speaking of proper posture, I was looking at furniture with my beautiful partner the other day because you know, in the future we're gonna have to get like a couch to replace that, because their couch is not good. It's not good. If you ever meet them, just don't tell them I said it, but their couch is not good. We're gonna have to get a replacement for it, you know? And we wanted to figure out like what our couch preferences were. So I went up to something that looked like it belonged in a dentist's office. And I was like, yep. Nice shallow seat, not a lot of plush, good ergonomics, back straight while I sit. I was sitting with like my feet together and my hands crossed in my lap. Yes, the perfect couch. And then I turn to my left and I see my beautiful partner is sprawled out on like a giant plush, you know, a giant plush couch with absolutely no like ergonomics, you know? Oh, we're in for it. If we divorce, it'll be because of that. Was the couch fuckable? Would JD Vance get hard? They were all high-quality couches. That's a nice shirt. Thank you. It's a little bit too long, in my opinion. I might get it hemmed at some point, you know? I'm a big fan of camp collar shirts that are shaped like boxes, just like a square. That's my preference. Who am I thinking of? Who is the bald actor who got brain problems? Come on, he was in Fast and Furious. I'm very tired today. Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis Hawaiian shirt. They're called Aloha shirts, by the way. I'm just going with what Google will respect. Here. This, to me, is a perfect camp collar shirt. Okay? It's a square. It just fits you like a box. Because they're meant to, I mean, it's a vacation shirt. You're just meant to be lounging, okay? It's meant to be very casual. I like that. For me, that's good. I like that. But he wasn't in Fast and Furious? Oh, sorry. Vin Diesel was in Fast and Furious. My bad. That's right. That's right. Okay. Sorry. He was in Die Hard. Okay, I know he was in Die Hard. I just thought of a bald guy, okay? Come on. My favorite Fast and Furious actor, Northern Lion, of course. Now, he has some good fits. Yeah, anyway, that's a good camp collar shirt. There's a camp collar. This is the only fashion I'm doing, and I'm doing this for self-care, okay? Then we're doing the horrific downfall of American democracy bullshit, okay? But right now, we're just taking 2 minutes at the beginning. I think you're referring to Jason Statham. Yeah, maybe. I have a lot of camp collar shirts. Like, I have a lot of them, but a lot of them are made out of cotton and linen, which kind of like bunch and bundle. And to me, the best kind of Aloha shirt is like a silky kind, or it's made out of like lyocell or rayon or whatever. So it's just really light and it drapes and it's kind of shiny. And look at this one. Just look at this one, okay? Now I know you guys, you're always giving me grief for my fashion takes, all right? However, I think we can all agree this is a beautiful, this is 30% silk. 30% silk, okay? Take a look at this. That's gorgeous, huh? That's really pretty. I love those colors. I might get the XL in this, because that is just... that is something else. Very Japanese feeling. Well, that makes sense, you know. Printed using natural indigo, by the way, so this is going to fade with time. Oh, what a delight. I gotta go and buy this. Of the block print? Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Why stream then? Go buy now. Good point. Flaunting your money, ew? What the fuck do you mean flaunting my money? What the fuck are you talking about? Flaunting? You need to learn the difference between conspicuous consumption and having the privilege to enjoy a delightful hobby, okay? There's a difference between an Andrew Tate who has 17 Bugattis or whatever, and a guy who, yes, has been lucky in life and has been blessed, but authentically loves the car that he's been restoring for the past 5 years, okay? You walk into his garage, and he's got oil stains all over him, and he's fucking working on the internals of some beautiful 1978 Cadillac, and you're like, wow, you're just flaunting your money. No! He's flaunting his love! Where's your sewing machine? You think I don't have a sewing machine? I have a vintage sewing machine from the 60s. We got it from a thrift store. It's beautiful. I forget what it's called. I've never used it. But one of these days... Speaking of fashion, I heard Derek Menswear guy had some shit takes in the protest. Don't believe the hype. He just said he likes peaceful protests. Wow. Him and like 95% of people alive. You know they're dragging him for being from fucking Vietnam? They're like, oh god, his family fled during the Tet Offensive? What a gusano. I bet he's a fascist. Oh, he fled. Oh, his family left during the Vietnam War? What pussies. If they weren't fascists, they should have stayed around and joined the Viet Cong. People are freaks, I tell you. $200, holy shit, go get something secondhand, it's more ethical? No, I'll tear into you. Out of curiosity, how do you think you keep the arts alive without giving money to the crafters who build stuff like this? You think that's a big brand I'm looking at right there? You think I'm looking at Ralph Lauren or like Acne Studios or something? This shit's printed in small batches. A lot of the clothes I own, there's like 50 or 100 of them in the world, okay? The people who make them, they make them by hand. I love to give my money to craftspeople who keep these arts alive, okay? So reason why you and me out in the town, there's a reason why I keep my partner on my arm, you keep your partner looking away from me, okay? Because they catch an eye of that koi fish block print. It's over for you and them. I don't care what their gender is. Their gender is, fucking, wait, what was it, gender? Nice / clothes. What's your pronouns? I don't know. Too busy looking at the block print. Koi fish. Lamau, fair point. That's right. Buy less and buy better. Fuck you.
Time to Thursday. None of this because, you know, they support.
Hello, Mayor of Los Angeles. You buy lots? Not as much as you might think, actually. I used to buy lots, but that's one of those, like, when you just get into a hobby, it's like, I can fix my lack of taste with lots of money. You can't.
Right. Right. Right.
You wanna...
Oh, you did. You want to be seated or standing? Standing.
You know Sean, right?
I do.
Of course.
This is a live broadcast of the mayor of Los Angeles while it's under military occupation. Do we want to, like, maybe professionalize a little bit?
Thanks, Zach. So when we look at what happened last night in our city, yesterday afternoon, last night, who's to blame for that?
Well, I mean, I just have to say, dial back time to Thursday. None of this needed to happen. Why did we need to have raids here? It was very clear that if raids happened here, that the community was going to respond in a very negative way. I tried to make that case. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. I was very hopeful that we would not have, that the federal government would not have deployed the National Guard. But anyway, I think it's important, period, that peaceful protest is a part of our American tradition. When it results to violence, it will be addressed as though it is violence. People will be arrested and they will be held accountable.
You said Thursday. Did you mean Friday?
No, I meant Thursday, meaning before the raid. The raid happened on Friday. Everything was fine in the city. Just think about that. We weren't having problems with protests. There were no problems with violence. The raids happened on Friday, and in response to especially the arrest of David Huerta, one of the most respected labor leaders that we have in the city, him being injured, going to a hospital.
Still in federal custody.
Yes, he's still in federal custody. If I understand it right, his arraignment is today. But all of that creates fear and tension in our city. And you know, we have to think about the families on Friday. 3 different workplaces where raids took place. Many of those family members have not been in contact with their relatives. They don't know where their relatives are still here. Are they in Southern California? Have they been shipped to a country that maybe they don't even know? And so the instant...
Okay. It seems like somebody had a talk with her, because I remember what the shit she was saying late last night, and it seems like her tone's changed a little bit. Look, these leaders are never, ever, ever, ever going to condone looting and rioting. Why would they? It's ridiculous to expect that they would. The best thing leaders like this can do is to either ignore the looting and rioting or acknowledge that it's an inevitable consequence of social unrest, and that to fixate on it is to ignore the fundamental cause, right? Was there looting and rioting during BLM? Yes. Whose fault is that? The police's, for a variety of reasons. Social unrest causes looting and rioting. That's what it does. It does that every time, in every country, in every time period. Go back 1,000 years, go forward 1,000 years. That's how it works. You have to look at the underlying cause. Was there looting and rioting on Thursday? No. What happened on Friday? ICE. So, there you go. I appreciate that she's pointed this out here. I hate the hand-wringing, the pearl-clutching, the, you know, violence is unacceptable. You can expect them to say that. And listen, okay? I think it's unrealistic. There are some lefties who are like, well, you know, they should condone it or whatever. No. If you start, like, burning Waymo cars on the street, as based and red-pilled as that is, obviously you're going to attract denunciations, which is one of the reasons why there are some kinds of antagonistic engagement from the protesters that I support, and some kinds that, you know, I'm not going to fixate on it, but you're not helping things. The car burning, I'm not going to fixate on it. You're not really helping things, you know? You're kind of just having fun. Let's not pretend this is part of, like, principled civil disobedience. You're just kind of being wacky with it. But everyone gets the right to be wacky with it now and again, okay? Look, it's fine, I guess. But, you know, what I care about is the direction of the messaging. The real enemy here is ICE, okay? Even more so than the LAPD. The LAPD are bastards, murderous bastards. But the ultimate enemy here is ICE, the federal government. I said this yesterday, but Kamala Harris's messaging on this is unironically really good. Can't believe I'm saying that. Really don't like this woman. This is the only thing she said, by the way. Los Angeles is my home, and like so many Americans, I'm appalled at what we're witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying the National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California and across the nation, it's part of Trump's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division. This administration's actions are not about public safety, they're about stoking fear. Fear of a community demanding dignity and due process. Protests a powerful tool, essential in the fight for justice. As the LAPD mayor and governor have noted, demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protect their most fundamental rights and freedoms. It's actually a good statement, you know? So that's the kind of thing I want to see. That's the line that I want to see. I do not expect the, you know, chief at LAPD to go out there and say, like, you know, oh yeah, the looting and rioting is just, you know, the voice of the unheard or whatever. I do want consistent messaging. It seems like she understands this to an extent, but I wonder if there's been some clarity of communication between last night and this morning, because last night there was a lot more of this, you know, we support peaceful protesting, but this violence is unacceptable, in response to some fucking, you know, Waymo cars getting burnt like anyone gives a shit.
That creates. And we went through this before in the last administration. The last Trump administration.
Have you spoken to President Trump? Have you spoken directly to the administration?
I have spoken directly to the administration. I have not spoken to President Trump. I might reach out to him in the next few days.
Have they been responsive to you explaining why this isn't going to work in the city of Los Angeles, and that, as we're seeing, the city is going to resist this?
Well, I felt, first of all, that they were accessible, that they were responsive. However, the National Guard came anyway.
But about the National Guard, Trump has promised 2,000 members.
Right.
I heard yesterday there was about 300.
Right.
You're still feeling as though the National Guard, Trump calling the National Guard...
As of right now, there's about 1,000 National Guardsmen in the city. I think. That's the last number that I saw.
That's what's responsible for yesterday? Because
No. I'm saying Friday is what was responsible for yesterday. This was a buildup. You know, our city was peaceful before the raids took place. So you are correct. He called for 2,000 soldiers. There's 200 in the city of Los Angeles and another 100 in the adjacent city of Paramount.
There's
But
more
let's
now.
talk about what we saw yesterday,
Right.
and then in the afternoon and then into the evening. Some really ugly scenes.
This reporter, who's this reporter from? Does anyone know which outfit it is? Is this ABC7 here to fucking haunt me again? This reporter wants to talk about the rowdy teenagers burning Waymo cars.
Vandalism, violence in our city. Do you blame...
By the way, the violence was by the LAPD. They got straight up caught on film with a murder attempt, trying to trample a guy who was downed, no threat to them, with horses. You can kill a person like that, easily with that. You try to trample a person with horses, that's about as reliable. I mean, you might as well run them over with a car. No one would be questioning it'd be murder attempt if they were running him over with a car. Just a guy laying on the road.
President Trump for that?
No, well, let me just be clear. I blame the people that were creating the violence. What happened last night was absolutely unacceptable.
This is expected. You can expect this. I'm not happy about rhetoric like this, but I expect it. Okay, hold on.
Period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you support the rights of immigrants to reside here lawfully, then you don't go around vandalizing the city. And so to me, if that's really what you believe in, you would not be out doing what took place last night.
By the way, just to be clear, like, focusing on optics aside, what she's saying, strictly speaking, is correct. The group of people who were protesting in the early day and the group of people who were running around, like, breaking into stores late at night are two different groups of people. Like, obviously. There were thousands and thousands of people marching between the Federal Detention Center and City Hall early in the day. They were peaceful protesters. The worst they did, like, okay, someone throws, like, a tin can at the cops. I don't fucking care, okay? Wow. They were protesters. But inevitably, in any environment of civil unrest, late at night, people get wacky with it. You know? Yeah, some people start stealing Jordans or whatever. I think you can ride the line on this. You can say, focusing on the latter as though it takes away from the former, like that one ABC anchorman who said it really distracts from the messaging of the protests for there to be like two guys looting later in the night. Fuck that guy. That's fascist shit. You delegitimize every protest. Shit like that, you'd be against the civil rights protests. Easily, you would be. Oh yeah, you know, 20,000 Negroes, they were marching for their rights, but afterwards there were a couple of guys who were spray painting. Did they have spray paint in the 60s? Did they have that? Anyway, the messaging is tagged. No one respects MLK anymore. Let's say, yeah? I actually don't know if they did. I have no idea whether or not that tech existed. They spray painted cars? No, I mean in the 60s. It was invented in 1949. Okay. That's kind of cool. That's weird to think about. You want let one slip? Are you fucking kidding? Are you guys never read like a history book? You people are fucking embarrassing. You reading it, you guys reading an MLK Jr. speech. And he said, the white man and the N-word man must live together equally. Well, fucking come on, grow the fuck up, stupid pieces of shit. Oh right, I forgot you people are illiterate. I forgot the modern state of the American. That's what you would say. You think N-word man is funny? That's your ass in high school. That's you trying not to get clipped in your 9th grade history class. I'm on to you. What the fuck was I saying? I completely forget what tangent I was on.
I also know that you want to send the message that what we saw in downtown last night is in downtown. It's not a citywide situation. What do you want to say about that?
Well, first of all, it's not even all of downtown. This is isolated to a few streets, 5 or 10 streets. This is not citywide civil unrest like has happened in our city before. But if you watch the pictures, especially on national TV, you would think that the entire city has blown up into unrest. And this.
Okay, somebody definitely had a talk with her. Somebody definitely had a talk with her. This is this is a definite change in tone since last night.
Is just not true.
Republicans, President Trump are using those images to say, we told you so, this is why we need the National Guard, some even threatening the Marines.
Well, the Marines are stationed nearby, and so we already have the military in our midst. But I really think we need to go back and look at...
By the way, the military did nothing last night. Remember, the National Guardsmen can't arrest people. They were only deployed to protect federal agencies. So they've just been like chilling around the detention center. Everything that happened last night, that was all LAPD, SD, and California Highway Patrol.
Norms and look at what policies and laws actually are, because I think the thing that is challenging in this administration is that you don't know where the line is. So if you're going to say that this is exactly why we need the National Guard, again, I'm going to go back to Thursday. Nothing was happening in this city.
It's hard to predict what happens next. We're hearing possibly 30 days of raids. What are you hearing, and how does this end? When does this end?
So let me just call your attention. Imagine what that means to families. Imagine how many adults are afraid to go to work because they don't know if they're going to be home to see their children, having no idea when and where these raids take place.
There was a girl in my 8th grade history class that tried to say, quote, N-word for the hard R, and my black history teacher got so mad, he made her read it again, and she tried to use the soft A. He looked so disappointed. That's based. Was your 8th grade history teacher, perchance, Samuel L. Jackson? That's based.
You create this sense of fear and terror in a population that is just completely unnecessary. When the president came in, he talked about arresting violent criminals. He talked about drug dens. He didn't talk about Home Depot. And so really, day laborer centers at Home Depot where people are just trying to work and make a living, we're going to raid that? That's not what...
It's not even...
people in danger. This was
this was a live feed from the Associated Press.
Wasn't the case on Saturday or Sunday morning.
What? They got her. Guess they fired with a Predator drone or something. What? Okay. That's kind of weird. Look, it's the... They just cut in the middle of the... Okay. All right. Well, moving on, I guess. Tom Homan clip?
Is everyone that has been arrested by ICE agents have a criminal record like those you've described?
Absolutely not. And I said from day one, January 20th, we will prioritize public safety threats and national security threats. However, we will enforce law. I may prioritize my family life over my work. Doesn't mean I ignore my work. We're going to force the immigration law. We've been honest about that from day one, especially in sanctuary cities where we can't get the bad guy in the safety.
They were really cooking when they made the border czar a fat, ugly, blithering, borderline, incomprehensible, redneck-looking motherfucker. They really knew what they were doing. They could have had, like, a Stephen Miller type here, but they just nailed the type of guy. Yeah, Orc Chieftain, seriously. Jesus fucking Christ. Hey, if this guy claims to be American, how about he speak fucking English, okay?
Security of a jail, they release them to the street. Well, we got to go to the street and find them. And when we find them, many times they're with others. Others are in the United States illegally, may not be a criminal target. But
people say, by the way, that I attack them for the wrong things, but I want to make it clear, okay? Anytime I look at footage of a protest, I see a healthy, lively, beautiful beacon of life, you know, young people left, they're fat or not, I don't give a shit. And every time I look at this administration, I see ugly, monstrous pieces of shit, okay? I'm sorry, listen, you can't make me ignore the evidence of my eyes and ears, okay? You look at the protests, you see life. You look at the administration, you see death, okay? You're not gonna make me, I'm not, oh, well, you're being problematic. Oh, well, maybe they should be human. Maybe.
guess what? If ICE is there arresting that bad guy, the other aliens are there, we're going to arrest them. That's what sanctuary cities get. They put us in the neighborhood, they force us in the neighborhood. This is what happens.
Is everyone that has been arrested?
So Tom Homan essentially saying, like, yeah, of course we were lying when we said we were going after criminals. Fucking Jesus. What's going on with Gavin Newsom? So Gavin Newsom, evil piece of shit as he may be, has declared jihad against the Trump administration.
He thinks it's a joke. He's a joke. Everybody knows it. So in over his head. What an embarrassment. That's just guy's weakness masquerading as strength. I don't even know he masquerades as strength. I mean, it's a serious moment. I mean, this Human guy, these guys, it's just, it's the band of misfits.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, it really is.
Call
this
him
is
ugly.
serious. The people's lives are at stake. The reputation of this country is at stake. Great American cities and states. It's not just, this is a preview for things to come. This isn't about LA per se. It's about us today. It's about you, everyone watching tomorrow. I promise you. I mean, this guy's unhinged. Donald Trump is unhinged right now.
Wait, is he cooking? Yeah, listen, okay. Gavin Newsom, I hate to give the guy credit, but in this moment, he's doing exactly what I want him to do. Yeah, he's being hateful in the correct direction. It's
enforcement and the type of well, go ahead, feel free.
No, I mean, I know, I don't mean even to cut you off. I think it's about something much more. This is about authoritarian tendencies. This is about command and control. This is about
focus
power.
the camera?
This is about ego. My way or the highway. This is a consistent pattern of practice, of recklessness. This guy has abandoned the core principles of this great democracy. He's threatening to what, go after judges he disagrees with, cut off funding.
I think the most cynical take you can have is that Gavin Newsom has correctly assessed that if he gets arrested by this administration, he will be our next president.
Institutions of higher learning. He's on a cultural binge. He's rewriting history, censoring historical facts. I mean, this is something completely different, and this is part of that ongoing play that is unfolding in front of our eyes. It is a serious moment under the guise of immigration, but it's much deeper than that.
It actually is escalating pretty quickly. Tom Homan threatened a little bit, like, broadly to arrest Democratic officials that impede him. He's been threatening for months now to arrest officials who, of course, Tom Homan has no authority to arrest officials on his own. He's just saying things. Federal charges would have to be brought. He's not with the DOJ, but he's been threatening to arrest Democratic officials who impede, you know, ICE, law enforcement, whatever. But in response to, hold on, let me try to get the timeline on this, okay? In response to that, which was, you know, Tom Homan reiterated that just a few days ago, Gavin Newsom responded essentially saying, go ahead, arrest me, motherfucker, arrest me, arrest me, arrest me right now, arrest me right now, arrest me, motherfucker, do it, arrest me. Let me see if I can find that. Can I find that clip? Of course I can't. I think I pretty much summarized it, though. I think I got it pretty much on the nose there. Come on. Damn, I don't see him saying that. Well, he did say it. Anyone got here? You got it? Thank you.
Said to me yesterday, he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his words. He said you hadn't yet.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off.
I think Trump should get his hands off 4-year-old girls in general. Like, even the ones that aren't trying to get educated.
These poor people are just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes. Been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
The person home and the borders are said to me.
So in response to Gavin Newsom calling Tom Homan's bluff, Tom Homan said, essentially, there are no current plans to arrest anyone, because obviously he was bluffing. And then Donald Trump...
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it?
I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little railroad he's building. Gavin.
Okay, he's cooking with that one. He's cooking with that one. Yeah, so president's calling for the arrest of Gavin Newsom. Whether or not Pam Bondi takes that as an opportunity and draws up charges, we'll see. But, like, that's the go-ahead, you know? Yeah. Little choo-choo train. It'd be bad optics for the fascists if they arrest Gavin Newsom. It really depends on how the Democrats respond. Like, I cannot imagine a clearer signal to the Democrats that you need to flip shit than he's arresting governors for no reason. But, you know, it's the Democrats, so we'll see. Jesus. You know damn well Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries would take 3 days to say in an interview they're considering options. We will respond at a time and in a manner that is appropriate. Yeah, I know. It's so funny that he said he likes Gavin Newsom, because they're the same type of guy. They're both like cutthroat sociopaths who like applause. They're the same type of guy. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Pam Bondi might take this as an opportunity. He might actually do it. She might actually do it, sorry. She might actually do it. What do you think would actually happen if they arrest him? I don't know, man. Arresting a governor, not just a governor, the governor. It's California. I have no idea. Newsom responded to that, by the way. The President of the United States just called for the arrest of a sitting governor. This is a day I hope they'd never see in America. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. This is a line we cannot cross the nation. I think the Republicans are okay with crossing it. We've been here for a while. I wonder what Newsom's security detail would do. I don't think Newsom's security detail would open fire on federal agents trying to arrest him, if that's what you mean. That seems unlikely to me. That would be pretty wacky. I wonder if they'd even try to physically stop them, though. Honestly, that would be pretty based of Gavin Newsom. We're so past the law being, like, the issue here. The Trump administration violates the law constantly with no regard. They don't even pretend to follow it in most cases, you know? If Gavin Newsom just holed himself up, like in a fortress, basically, which, you know, he's the governor of California. He has access to a wide range of resources that he controls directly as the governor. He could use to shelter himself from, you know, federal capture for quite some time. At the very least, he should make a spectacle of it. If they do order his arrest, he should not just go like, okay, here I am, fuckwit. You know? It is true that if he's arrested, the odds of him being the next president skyrocket, okay? They'll call him America's Nelson Mandela. Oh, it makes me sick. It makes me sick to think about. Oh, also, Gavin Newsom is suing the Trump administration over the deployment of the National Guard. I have no idea what's going to come of that. I don't think much is going to come of that, to be honest. But it's expected that he would do that. Nothing right. The president can't do it right. My understanding is that with regard to the deployment of the National Guard, Trump is not breaking the law. It's just insane that the president can do that. But yeah. I think Newsom is specifically suing that the order is nationwide, not limited to California. Okay, that might actually be viable. Yeah. Because the command of National Guard by the president is something that has to be done in response to an emergency. But if it's a nationwide order, which it is, it's a nationwide order. It's not just California that Trump signed that memo for. You can't really argue that it's an emergency if you just like blanket apply it to the entire United States. Okay. That seems doable. Pretty spooky stuff, huh? Oh, and as long as we're tossing little bits in here. Judge blocks administration from enforcing anti-diversity and anti-transgender executive orders. There you go. We're tossing that one in the clip, okay? We're throwing that one in there as well. No, you hogs love to eat that up. Let me mark this down. I love not being banned from existing. Unless you say something that annoys me. All right. We need to talk a little bit more about this. I talked a bit about this last night, but this is getting extensive. Greta? No, no, no. Well, that's on the list, but hold on. That's on the list, but hold your horses, okay? Not to give away the topic. You've all seen this clip, I take it.
After hours of standing off, this situation has now rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA.
You just shut the You okay?
This one's made it pretty big. Stuff like this happens all the time. The LAPD loves doing stuff like this. It's how they blow off steam. You can see the cop over on the left. You look at the leftmost cop. Look at the leftmost. Just in case you hadn't seen it, look at the leftmost cop.
You just shut the You okay?
Getting wacky with it. The stuff like this happens all the time, but in this case, it happened to a well-liked Australian lady reporter. So you've got a bunch of multiplying factors here. Very open, very clear footage. It's a lady, foreigner, you know. Did he just get spooked or what? No, cops just like hurting people. They're just that kind of person. They just, yeah, seriously, like, very often when you watch protest footage, you just have to arrive at the conclusion that they just like hurting people. That's really the only... It's not like what they just did helped them in any way, you know? Am I being too optimistic expecting Australia to take action around this? Actually, my understanding is that they're fucking outraged over there. The clip is blown up, and it's, like, really getting... What action would they take? I mean, if there's national outrage over it, it furthers what I would consider to be a holy war against the United States. Other Western countries recognizing that we are a shithole tin pot, you know, cuspid dictatorship country, and they should not bother with us. Also, by the way, every Hitlerite in this country wants the image of the Los Angeles protests to be the Waymo cars that caught fire somehow. I wasn't looking, I wasn't there, I didn't see anything, you know? They want to say, well, the protests were violent because look at this tin can that hit a cop, you know? The protests were violent. There's the violence.
You just shut the
I didn't see no protester shoot a cop. I didn't see that happen. British photographer was shot too. Had to undergo emergency surgery. Jesus. Oh, hey, look at that clip. I've seen that one. I'm familiar with this one. Issue a travel ban. You guys excited for the fucking World Cup? Several other people got shot in the head as well. Yeah, of course. They love doing that. It's like their favorite thing. Honestly, I'd say we're lucky there's been no deaths so far. I think that the LAPD has been restrained operationally. Like, the way they have been ordered to conduct their crowd dispersal has been more or less hinged relative to the LAPD. But the individual behavior of the individual police officers still betrays the fact that these people are fucking sociopaths. At least a lot of them are. Again, I don't need to keep, you know, we've done this a million times, okay? Like, I don't need to keep litigating this, but I hope most people understand, okay? It's not about the department policy. It's that the culture of the police encourages and protects the sociopaths who work there, you know? Not every cop is you know, wants to bludgeon people to death sociopath, but there are enough of them, and they get a lot of institutional protection. They all fold to protect each other, so functionally, from a distance, it doesn't really matter who's who. If you want to prove cops are psycho, just pull up footage from the George Floyd protests. Oh, God, yeah. I mean, we spent months covering that. That was like in the early days of the channel. Yeah. I had to talk about this so much more back then because there were a lot more liberals who were watching me who were, like, getting on boarded to that crap, you know? Jesus. Well, we'll see how bad it gets here. The funny thing is that the most audacious thing that's happened, like, policy-wise, has been calling in the National Guard. The National Guard haven't done shit. They haven't done anything yet, because they're just guarding the federal building. They're not out there, you know, protest breaking. That's not their fucking job. They're just standing there. You know? They're just chilling. Are you excited for the World Cup? I'm American, so no. I'll love watching football hooligans face off with U.S. police during the World Cup. Not going to happen here. We don't have that kind of culture. You raise money during the BLMsters, right? Yeah, for a bailout fund. Non-Americans will. We'll see how many of them show up. We'll see how many of them show up. Anyway, this clip's getting a lot of media attention, but to my mind, the one the media doesn't want you to see, and I mean that, by the way, I'm being conspiratorial. I'm putting my tinfoil hat on. Remember this one? This one's about as explicit as it gets. You've got the guy laying on the ground, and then multiple officers try to get their horses to trample him. Only reason he didn't get kicked in the head there and die was because of luck. I mean, it's, you know, police horses are trained not to trample people. You know, they're trained to be calm. I don't know if they didn't tell the officers that, or they were just trying to push against that anyway, but yeah, they literally turned the horse around to try to get another go at trampling him. Yeah, I wish they trained the police that well. Straight up abuse. Well, it's attempted murder. It's attempted murder. It's not there's no like beating a guy in the ground with truncheons is abuse. It's not likely to kill a person, depending on how you do it. This is likely to kill a person, okay? It's just attempted murder. But the media is not talking about this, even though it's clear as day. There's no other interpretation of what's going on here. They're focusing on that lady reporter who got shot. And listen, you know, it's a good thing to focus on, right? Horrible police behavior. But Jesus, look at this, man. Yank. Why the cop yank him back down? I don't know. Let the horses have another fucking attempt to trample him? The reason they want the horses to trample him is because these stupid fuck pigs think nobody's watching them. Because they're, I don't know, they're 40 years old and they forget that everything has a camera on it now. And they think that any death that's because of a horse trampling will be accidental. Oh, yeah, sorry, it went out of control. The guy resisted. This guy charged us. Got under the horse's hooves. There was nothing we could do. These fucking retards don't realize everyone's recording everything now. Honestly, I want to see this get more mainstream attention because I want to see people try to justify it. You know, you're going to have, like, Trump administration officials be like, I don't see how that's dangerous, but also he deserved it or something. That's LAPD? Yeah, it's LAPD. The horse did that in his own. Yeah, no angel, etc. Are they getting charged for this? Probably not, no. Second trampled protester? Is there another one? You're gonna have to find me a different clip of it. This person blocked me on Blue Sky. Typical Blue Sky interaction. Is LAPD worse than NYPD? Two bad bitches. I don't even use Blue Sky. Here's another one. This has a not safe for work tag. Can I even show this? Hold on. It's fine, there's no blood. Yeah. I'm not taking your word at what's fine. I've seen the shit you people say is fine before. Yeah, it's probably fine. No, I meant to say there's visible blood. Well, the blood isn't necessarily the issue.
Oh my God, that person's getting trampled by a horse.
Also attempted murder.
Oh my God. You're getting trampled by a horse. Oh my God. Amazon. Oh my God.
These really were violent protests, huh? Fox News was right.
That person is unconscious. She's so hurt. She got trampled by horses. She's so hurt. Oh my God.
Did she survive? Well, I'm not psychic. I don't know. You tell me. Is it safe to say the LAPD is a terrorist organization? Quit virtue signaling in my chat. You're already in the chat of a socialist live streamer. You don't need to add on to that. No one's counting tabs. Okay, it's fine. The way all the other cops just march on. There will be no charges for this, of course. Hup, 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 hup. Can't wait for the lawsuits to roll in against the city. Yeah, we'll see if that even happens. Well, we'll know if she dies. It's hard to cover up a protest death. Protester shot in the head. Really posting the World Star clips here, huh? Real violent.
You can't give that. You can't call an ambulance.
There's no ambulance behind. Right there. You guys created. What happened? There's an ambulance.
Thank you for your expert political opinion, police officer.
You shot her in the head. You can't. And they want to leave her here. No, you should. You're here to protect it, sir. Aren't you here to protect it, sir? Aren't you here to protect it, sir?
Honestly, the fact that there's a cop bandaging her head is actually more than I expect from LAPD. Like this, the bar is so low that literally any kind of medical care is like, oh wow, what a, you know, how yeah, going above and beyond. Yeah, wholesome cop, wholesome Chungus 100 story. Heartwarming. LAPD officer bandages head of woman he brutalized several minutes ago. Delivers only a few minutes of lecturing to people watching.
The longer you stay here, the longer it's going to take for ambulance to get here.
Is that true? How does that work exactly? Out of curiosity.
That's such a lie. Get a damn ambulance here. You shot her in the head with a rubber bullet. No, we're trying to get you to just make a fucking phone call.
Use your fucking...
Lots of footage out there. Do you see the mainstream media posting shit like this, or do you see them focusing on, like, oh God, remember how horny the ABC-7 helicopter was for that fucking shoe store that got looted? Returning back to our live updates on the shoe store, we have established a multi-helicopter camera feed of the front. If you can see, there seems to be some sort of glass-shaped object. That's right, that's broken glass from a window. I believe that the shoes inside, there must have been looting. The exact nature of the looting we can't see. We can only imagine how bad it is in there. It's not a joke, man. That was like an hour of last night. I was there. It was crazy. Is this an Israeli shoe store? Had me fucking dying. That was really good. Yeah, that was pretty good. Reminds me of the Fox 5 edging while describing the non-lethal weapons police were using in Seattle. Yeah. Local news is so fucking Hitler, right? Oh, it's the 5051 subreddit. At least they have lots to post about. Local news basically just repeats whatever the cops say. Yup. Mm-hmm. I think for some reason people still think of local journalists as being like Hunter S. Thompson types or whatever. Like you've got a bunch of like chain-smoking guys wearing camp collar shirts who will like run headlong into danger and get the scoop and like interrogate critically the you know, the police officers and what happened. That shit doesn't happen. That's fake. That's a misty-eyed, rosy, anachronistic, altogether not really historical portrait of what it may have looked like at some point in the long, you know, far in the past. That is not how it works. Local news literally just repeats the briefings they get from police, time and time again. They're all owned by conglomerates. Why can't we have that? Because police officers would destroy their offices if they did. You have any idea how often police officers find excuses to tear into the reporting and offices of people who do that kind of journalism? Local papers often do that kind of work. It depends. Sometimes. Sometimes they do. Have you seen people dragging this rage baiter on Twitter? How much do you think the federal agents who post shit like this get paid? There's like a specific kind of posting where I don't know if they're federal agents or they're actually like authentic black people, I guess. But there's a particular genre of post. It's like, you know, what has Palestine ever done for the black American cause? It's that type of thing. Black folks, mind your business, go home, this doesn't concern us.
They're throwing tear gas.
Wow. Y'all, they're throwing tear gas.
Oh my God.
Y'all see it? Tear gas.
Unfortunately, some of them are legit. Okay, I'm not saying it's okay to be racist against black people who argue that they have no shared interests in opposing white supremacy when it's directed against non-black people. However, I do think you should be mean to them.
I'm in Compton right now.
This my city.
That's Atlantic. What is that? Atlantic and Alondra. Atlantic and Alondra. Tear gas. Ice, baby.
Yeah.
Where? Straight ahead.
Oh, yeah. It's a tank?
Come on, that's a tank. I swear it looked like a tank from here.
Oh, man.
Where? I'm confused. Right in the middle, the big one where they're all mounted on top of.
Oh, wow. Y'all see this shit?
Yeah, come on.
We in Compton. CPT.
Got my neighbor right there.
I'm gonna tell black people go home. Hey, family. Black folks go home. Black folks go home. This is not our business. This is not our business.
These are cloud chasers? Yeah, of course. All, like, pick-me's are, right? All tokens, all, like... Would we say aunt in this case? I don't want to misgender. Yeah, it's a particular kind of posting. There's nothing on earth white supremacists like more than, you know, infighting among non-white people. They love that shit. They love it when, like, Asians and black people and, you know, Latin people are all fighting with each other. They love that shit. Everyone's tearing into her. I wouldn't take it too seriously.
Black people go home. Oh, hell. Go home.
A lot of it is like Fed posting though. Or like, you know, they glow. You know what I mean. That Korean rooftop meme was making rounds yesterday. You mean, by which you mean the president's son posted it, yeah. Make the rooftops Korean again or something. And it was Don Jr. What does that even mean? Familiarize yourself with the landscape. 1992 LA riots. LAPD kettled black protesters after Rodney King's murderers got acquitted. They were pushed down into Koreatown. Some Koreans were scared of their businesses getting burned, so they took to the rooftops with guns. Didn't they not even kill any black people, by the way? Like, there were just some widely publicized photos of the, like, chivalrous, noble, model minority Koreans defending themselves against the savage black horde or whatever. But that shit didn't even happen. They only killed a Korean dude? Yeah, there you go. But there's nothing that gets white supremacists rock hard quite like the idea of other races and black people beefing. They love that shit. It's their favorite thing in the fucking world. They just like black people getting shot. They love that shit. I remember the 92 riots. I was still swimming around in my dad's ball sack in the 92 riots, but, you know, read plenty about them. Rodney King didn't get murdered? Oh, that's right, he lived. Sorry, there are so many, you know, inciting incidents in the United States where the black victim of police brutality dies. I forgot. Yeah, he lived. He was just severely beaten, right? Yeah. Well, point stands, but yeah. Is he still alive today? No. He died in 2012 at 47. At 47? What did he die from? Found him dead underwater at the bottom of a swimming pool? Oh, probably suicide then. Wait, stating he died accidental drowning, but he had drugs in his system. Cardiac arrhythmia? Oh, okay. No, okay. Cardiac arrhythmia. Okay, he had a heart thing, but he was in the pool, so he drowned after that. Jesus, lots stacked up. That sucks. Who died? Rodney King, but, you know, in 2012. Suicide with the brick attached to his leg. I don't think that they were looking to kill Rodney King in 2012, you know? I'm sure there are plenty of people who don't like him. However, I think it's more likely that he had the heart arrhythmia thing. You gotta be careful when swimming, you know? Anything goes wrong when you're swimming, you know? Anything goes wrong. It's like when people go to the beach and they don't realize how dangerous a riptide is, you know? One Australian PM died swimming. They never found his body. He must have been eaten by jellyfish. Only thing that could have happened. All right. We got other stuff to cover. Yeah, I saw Skynet. Also, don't drink and swim or some shit like that. Yeah, that's true. Swimming's demands a lot of you, you know? You got to be careful with that, for sure. But that's not necessarily what we're talking about right now. What? What? San Francisco mayor? Excuse me? Motherfucker, I had that open from when stream started. Whatever. All right. My beautiful, beloved home city. How are we doing this fine day? Looks a little overcast.
Which side is that? All right.
They don't even match up with media descriptions of the police anymore. Yeah, I think it's really telling that when right-wingers draw police in their political cartoons, they draw police how they looked in the 1980s. They draw guys in, like, a khaki work shirt and trousers with, like, a radio and a pistol or whatever. Whereas every police department now is always dressed the way like riot cops were dressed. Like, yeah, cops are all in fucking military gear all the time now, you know? I think it's really telling that, like, there is a deliberate effort in the media to not make them look as scary as they actually look. I don't know, conductor. Pull up a UK officer? Sure, London police officer. Uniform. Honestly, they're looking a little bit more... In the UK, don't they typically look like this? They tend to wear, like... They wear, like, traffic vests, right? I feel like I've seen a lot of pictures where in London they're wearing these, like, neon... I mean, this looks a hell of a lot less threatening than the way American riot cops look. That's like all of Europe. I mean, it makes sense. As an officer, wouldn't you want to be visible? I don't really understand why we dress cops in, like, midnight blue. The whole point is that they're supposed to be community officers. They're not in camo. To be fair, here in Belgium, our riot police look the same as yours. Yeah, but that's your riot police. These are our regular-ass police. This is how they always look. Actually, I would say normally they look more threatening than this because these guys are clearly carrying riot gear. Normally, cops are not carrying big orange, you know, less lethal weapons or whatever. They're carrying regular weapons. So yeah, this is German, I guess. This is how they look in my head, you know? Definitely less threatening. I still stand by my belief that in a proper society, in a good society, community, police are supposed to look like the mom or the dad on the corner. You know what I mean? Like, if there's a kid who's lost, or somebody has a problem, you should be able to run up to them and go like, I'm in trouble, can you help? And they're like, oh, right away then, hoop. Now, obviously, that's not the world we live in, but I think that's an ideal to aspire to, you know? I also do think that socially speaking, I would much rather police officers look a little bit dressy than like they're always prepared for war, just because I think it communicates a greater degree of social rest, like more calm, you know what I mean? If you look like you're dressed for war all the time, you know, kind of implies something about the society you live in. Seems bad. Japanese officers are like this? Yes. They're dressed pretty chill. At least that's what I remember seeing. I don't know, they're chilling. Of course, Japanese police are pretty often, like, authoritarian, and so is their policing system, their justice system, so it's not necessarily a reflection of how free a country is, you know? It's more like, vibes-wise, I just fucking hate the fact that our police always look like they're ready to be deployed into Afghanistan. Ugh. I recently read some agencies in Tokyo just recently allowed female officers to wear pants. Yeah, I saw female officers when I was in Tokyo like a decade ago, and they were wearing skirts. What are we on now?
Because of great politicians and political leaders like we have, I think this is going to go quickly, very well and very quickly. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. David Solomon, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm thrilled to be here with everyone and excited to participate in this important and timely discussion.
Fuck you.
I'd also like to acknowledge the efforts of so many in Congress on this very significant issue, and in particular the members here, and particularly the leadership of Senator Cruz and Representative Moore, who've played a big role in helping drive this forward. We also wouldn't be here today without the leadership of Brad Gerstner and Michael Dell.
Is it supposed to be spelled round table? Probably not, right? They probably weren't supposed to spell it round table. Don't know why they would do that. Anyway, this is about investment. It's not about Los Angeles.
Having the vision,
But these protests came following a series of immigrant.
Muy buenos días. And the foreign secretary went up. So we have to have a credible path there.
Serve anti-defamation leave, Rabbi Joseph Potasnik, Executive Vice
Senator Gillibrand's, Congressman Nadler.
There's Chuck Schumer. New York lawmakers request security funding amid anti-Semitic terror attacks. There we go. Okay, don't worry. Schumer's on the case. He's responding to the most pressing issue in the United States right now, okay? He's fighting against what I'm going to guess are, and pardon me for being presumptuous, because anti-Semitism is very bad, and there are a lot of anti-Semitic attacks in America. However, I'm just going to guess, just guessing, based on recent historical context, this has something to do with Israel.
Congressman Goldman, wherever. Congressman.
Shared this live look with you as well, where we are expecting to hear from Los Angeles school district officials.
ICE raids at the Ambiance warehouses.
Jacob es un padre de familia, el único sustento de su hogar, dejando ahora con una preocupación muy grande, como quién va a poder ayudar a sostener los gastos del hogar, como la renta y biles, ya que su esposa es ama de casa.
Authorized approval. As Jaime said, that's something that has not happened since 1965. And it's hard to imagine that this time the National Guard were sent out to attack protesters that were exercising their constitutional obligation. Now, I want to say something to you. It is actually in the interest of all American people to stand up for these rights. They know that dividing us is what will make them strong. And they know that when we are united, nobody can divide us. They want to distract you from their power grab for authoritarian power on the backs of working people. They want to distract you from the fact that they are trying to strip people of health care and make Americans poorer and
Regarding last stream, cops are trained to aim center mass rubber rounds. Ricocheting is unpredictable, could embed itself due to its metal plastic end. Threat about it. Unfortunately, the person who you linked on Blue Sky also has me blocked. So I cannot see it. I have heard from multiple sources that rubber rounds are meant to be ricocheted off the ground, though. So if I'm wrong on that, then I'd love to be corrected. That was my understanding, but nonetheless.
Also, they can give a $5 trillion tax break to the wealthiest.
Are you a menace on Blue Sky? I literally don't use Blue Sky. I literally don't use Blue Sky. So if someone's out there on Blue Sky blocking me preemptively, that's crazy. I'm on their mind.
We say not on our watch. And all of the violence and the escalation is core to the Trump administration's authoritarian playbook. As we see people exercising their constitutional rights to peacefully use their voices to speak out against this injustice, they are being met with tear gas and rubber bullets from this unconstitutional, unlawful administration. And look, even the LA Police Department said that the protests were peaceful before Trump rolled in with military tanks on the streets of Los Angeles.
Well, it wasn't tanks. It was the ICE. Well, okay, but yeah.
Law enforcement from DHS, ICE, HSI, and the FBI, all to crack down on peaceful protesters who were standing up for immigrant workers, who were standing up for the economy of this country, who were standing up for our communities, for our families, and saying, don't tear us apart. we are going to stand united against this authoritarian power grab. I have been working on immigration reform with my friend Jaime, with SEIU, with all these incredible labor unions for decades. We all know that the immigration system is broken and that the American people want a fair, humane system that actually allows people to be able to work, allows people to be with their families, allows people to have the rights that they deserve for keeping our country going, for doing the work that they are doing every single day. And instead, we are villainizing and demonizing them under this president, and that has to stop. David Huerta said it best. He said, we all collectively have to object to this madness because this is not justice, this is injustice. So today we are here to say, free David Huerta!
Free David Huerta!
We are here to say, free the immigrants that have been arrested!
Free the immigrants that have been arrested!
We are here to say, end the ICE raids!
End the ICE raids!
We are here to say, stand up for our protected constitutional rights to free speech!
That's right.
To due process! To a democracy that works for all of us! Thank you so much, everybody! Let's keep this up because the people united will never be defeated! The people united will never be defeated! The people united will never be defeated! The people
Wouldn't it be divided? Because that rhymes?
Addressing you, there are two schools in our community that within a couple of blocks we see.
Hold on, I'm interested in this one. No, come on. No, I have fiber internet. It's your fault.
We are upholding the law. For descending into those places. We are one. At Los Angeles Unified, we have a commitment to protect the rights, the opportunities for every single child, every one of our workforce members, and the families we serve. No questions asked. We do so with courageous determination, and for those who doubt it, despite the insinuations or accusations, we stand strongly on the right side of law. We are upholding the law. Every student in our community, every student
This is cool, guy. This is the LAUSD superintendent.
The country has a constitutional right to a free public education of high quality.
Wait, that isn't Cuomo? Fuck, am I racist? You mistaking him for Cuomo is anti-racist because they are not the same race. What you're saying is that you don't see race.
Without threat. Every one of our students, independently of their immigration status, has a right to a free meal in our schools. Every one of our children, no questions asked, has a right to counseling, social emotional support, mental support, in addition to great education. Our schools are safe places. Our schools are places of education and inspiration, not fear and intimidation. Many of us here are immigrants or children of immigrants. We would be hypocrites if we took a step backwards from the position of protecting those who today face what our parents or ourselves faced years ago. So for us, we embrace and embody this position on the basis of both a moral and professional responsibility to educate, to protect, to inspire our kids and our families. As I'm addressing you, there are two schools in our community that within a couple of blocks we see.
If more black people join the protesters, wouldn't they become the target of violence from the police? I don't understand the question. The protesters are already the target of violence from the police. What do you mean? That's kind of what's going on right now. If you mean, like, will the cops single out the black people, then for one, the implied argument there is that black people should never protest, which I'm sure will work out great for them. And two, no, not really. If you're protesting, the cops are pretty... I mean, they're firing into the crowd. Look, okay, it's... they're... To cops, protester is its own race.
Federal vans parked. No action has been taken, but we interpret those actions as actions of intimidation, instilling fear that may lead to self-deportation. That is not the community we want to be. That is not the state or the nation that we ought to be. In fact, if those who believe that
Trump just announced a $1,000 savings account tied to the stock market for every child born the next few years, live right now. Yeah, this is called a government subsidy. Essentially, it ties every American's future to the health of the stock market, and it dumps an enormous amount of money from the taxpayer into the market. It's a free. It's literally like, here's extra trillions invested from the government to prop up the market. Socialism for the wealthy, etc., etc. Also, Jesus, man, even if the market goes up, what, 200, 300%? What, so your $1,000 turns into 4,000? Congrats, you can pay 1 month of rent in 2033. Yeah, no.
That is the nation we should become. Let's rearrange Lady Liberty. Let's bring that arm down and extinguish that flame, for we're no longer the light for the world. I am proud to reside in LA. I am proud to call this city my city. I am proud of the fact that this board stands united and unified alongside community partners and elected officials in saying
it's not crazy would help people by the time they reach 18. No, it wouldn't. It's a tiny amount of money. It's like, even if the market does very well between a person's birth and them turning 18, it would be an amount equal to like a moderate tax deduction off of 1 year of a regular person's income. The only reason he's suggesting it is because he's signaling to wealthy people, listen, all of your stocks are going to go up in value because the government is about to create a gigantic like hedge fund fueled with taxpayer dollars, your money. We're going to invest it in the stock market so they can use that money to borrow and invest it themselves. Like, what he's essentially saying is, like, we are going to already we're deficit spending massively. We are going to further indebt the United States to create a block of hundreds of billions, possibly trillions, just to fuel the stock market. And hey, don't worry, you know, economically ruinous as this may be, once you turn 18, you get to pay for maybe a month of rent. Maybe.
Not on our watch. Not on our watch shall people trample over children's rights. Not on our watch shall people be intimidated. Not on our watch shall we succumb to unreasonable pressures for us to do that which is not human or humane or humanitarian. I'm one who believes that as an educator of many decades, we know and understand that public education, democracy,
and call for this madness to come to an end. Thank you.
As I bring up our vice
violent. Right now, about 300 troops are currently in Los Angeles. We are expecting more protests to get underway in the coming hours. And
muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To graduate now more than ever with their vision and their passion and their compassion and their vote, that it will now be true, more true than ever. So thank you.
And Caribbean communities and countries under his first presidency. Reenacting this cruel policy under the guise of national security will not make our country safer. Instead, it fuels dangerous anti-immigrant rhetoric.
I'm just catching up in the past few hours.
Our policies require...
Oh yeah, today the travel ban takes effect.
Officers to follow the law and generally prohibit the use of city resources to assist in the enforcement of federal immigration laws.
I am fully confident in our team's ability to handle whatever comes our way, just as we did yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And now we'll hear from SFPD Interim Chief Paul Yep.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank all our public safety partners for joining us today. And I want to thank Mayor Daniel Lurie for continuing to make public safety his top priority.
Yeah, this guy sounds like a nerd.
Who faced numerous attacks last night. This kind of violence against our officers is not acceptable. We had one officer who was treated at the hospital, and thankfully, that officer is recovering. As your acting chief of police, I want everyone to know that keeping our city safe is my #1 focus. That is why I spent the entire day yesterday and pretty much all weekend coordinating with our mayor, the public safety leaders you see with me and behind me, developing a plan to ensure we were ready for anything that might happen. Unfortunately, what began as First Amendment activity turned into violence and property destruction. Individuals are always free to exercise their constitutional rights, but let me be clear, responsibility of the SFPD.
There was a lot of protesting in San Francisco. Dude, do you think Stephen Miller is just going to start 14 words posting? He basically already is. But like, he's so fucking open with it, man. He's so open with it. $14? Yeah, I said 14 words posting. Very, very Hitlerite. You said 13? That sounds like fake news to me.
San Francisco has a long-standing sanctuary city ordinance that generally prohibits officers from participating in immigration.
But to ensure public confidence and safety. The Secret Service and our partners want every attendee to be confident in their security and feel safe. That is why we—
Ooh, hold on. Secret Service update on the military parade.
The FBI Washington Field Office, the Metro Transit Police, and all of our other outstanding partners in the NCR. The planning for the upcoming Army 250th birthday parade is a testament to our strength of our partnerships in the National Capital Region. Planning an NSSC in a matter of weeks is unprecedented, and our success in creating the security plan was in large part a result of our outstanding relationships as well as our collective NSSE experience. This event marks the 5th National Special Security event to take place in Washington, D.C. this calendar year, which is also unprecedented. The NSSC designation—
Yeah, the parade is technically an Army birthday parade that's been planned for a while. It's Trump's birthday parade. Like, he's using the Army's birthday as an excuse, but it's his birthday parade. That's the drive for it. Aren't they, like, paving over the fucking White House lawn right now? So tanks don't chew it up? Or the Rose Garden, yeah. White House breaks ground on Trump projects to pave over Rose Garden grass, add flagpoles to lawns. Oh, no, that's great. It's just the Rose Garden. Nah, no big deal. Whatever. These people hate America so fucking much. The Rose parking lot. Trump said months ago he would pave over the Rose Garden because the grass there is always wet and an inconvenience for women in high heels. How considerate of him. Jesus Christ, so they plan on leaving it that way? They're just going to have the Rose Garden be a parking lot? Like, unironically, that's just going to be, like, the way it looks forever now. Humiliation ritual.
250th anniversary. The parade is being scheduled for the Army's 250th anniversary. The date, June 14th, also happens to be President Donald Trump's 79th birthday. Armored vehicles and nearly 7,000 troops will march past a reviewing stand for the president along Constitution Avenue in Washington, D.C. Trump demanded a militarized July 4th celebration during his first term, but drew heavy criticism for politicizing Independence Day.
That's great. The military parade, Heart of Washington, D.C., spanning 6 blocks bisecting the National Mall. Celebrations, associated events set to take place. Fitness competition at 9:30 a.m. ET. Oh shit, we're getting the we're gonna get the honest to God like North Korean soldiers performing fitness tests to impress their Führer or their dear leader or whatever. Guys are gonna be like breaking concrete blocks with their foreheads, throwing axes. This shit is so embarrassing, man. Yeah. Humiliation ritual. Take place along Constitution Avenue Northwest, 23rd Street, da-da-da. So they're putting metal plates down over the asphalt so the tanks don't chew into them. Okay, the staging will be here, and the actual parade is going to be here. And it's, yeah, it's just a straight line. Jesus. It's just for the cameras? Yeah, but it's embarrassing, man. It makes us look really weak, too. Like, I know that's not the main point or whatever, but, like, the American military is large enough that a display of tanks looks pathetic. Like, even tin pot dictatorships can muster up a few dozen tanks for a parade. Our military is so large you can't even really demonstrate it with the parade. Our military capabilities extend out to space, you know? We have shit that hasn't been declassified and won't be for decades. Like, you're just like, oh, well, here's some tanks. Okay, we had tanks fucking 100 years ago. Wee woo.
And today, the Army estimated that the cost, start to finish, for its 250th birthday parade in Washington, D.C. on June 14th will be between $25 and $40 million.
And that includes the cost to repair roads damaged by those massive military vehicles. Our Jay Korf is live along the parade route right now to break all of this down for us. Jay?
Oh, please.
Yeah, Scott, what a show it's going to be. Some 150 military vehicles will roll. Thousands of soldiers will march down Constitution Avenue right here between 23rd and 15th Streets. But like any party, there's a price tag.
For days down in Texas, members of the Army's 1st Cavalry Division loaded dozens of tanks and other military vehicles onto rail cars. These massive machines are heading as we speak to the DMV.
Everyone is just beyond excited to celebrate the Army's birthday.
Abrams, Bradley's...
Yeah, man, that's why you're there. Yep.
strikers will be featured during the Army's 250th birthday celebration parade down Constitution Avenue on the evening of June 14th. But there's a catch. Road damage is expected due to the weight of these military beasts. For that reason, softer tracks are being used on tanks.
On the tracks itself, there's a hard piece of rubber, and that absorbs the shock and the vibration of driving on various surfaces.
In addition, members of the Army Corps of Engineers are installing steel road coverings in and around the parade route to protect road surfaces. We found fresh asphalt on steel plates installed just the other day.
It's so ugly, man.
You'll see these in multiple locations along the parade route, but we hope you don't notice them as you drive across. Once the parade is complete, we want to return these roadways fully to the DC commuters and all those that use these roads to get to and from work and to visit our capital city.
That's great.
And a quick reminder on what's going to be happening on June 14th. The Army is going to have a massive festival along the National Mall all day long. The parade runs from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m., followed by fireworks and a concert. Live along the National Mall, I'm Jay Core.
Yeah, I really hope one of these tanks gets stuck in a pothole. Fuck, that'd be funny.
For 7 News.
Jay, thank you. Reagan, now...
I mean, it won't happen because it's a tank. I don't really think they could be stopped by a pothole, but, you know, be funny if it could. It'd have to be like a sinkhole or something, you know? It'd have to be a substantial obstacle.
National Airport has also put out an alert on its website warning travelers about the car and airline traffic impacts of this parade. The alert says that the FAA is expected to suspend operations at DCA briefly to accommodate flyovers and fireworks displays.
All right. Yeah. This fucking country, man. What the hell is going on right now in Los Angeles?
Car wash members, we call for the release of David Huerta. We call for the release of every community member who was taken from their families, who was kidnapped from their families and their communities. We will continue to fight for every person. Our voices are strong. Our resolve is unshakable. We will not back down. Carguacheros viven, la lucha sigue. Carguacheros viven, la lucha sigue. El pueblo unido. El pueblo unido. The people united.
See, there's divided.
United.
Let me switch to a cleaner feed. Is this a cleaner feed? I don't think it is, actually.
I want to thank all the elected officials who are here with us today. Assemblymember Brian.
National Guardsmen are sleeping on the floor. Yes! Here we go. Wildly underprepared National Guard troops seen sleeping on floors in exclusive photos. Yes, yes, this is what I was waiting for. I knew they wouldn't be able to requisition all the beds necessary in time. Trump's rush to deploy California National Guard troops to LA left dozens of soldiers without adequate sleeping arrangements, forced to pack together in one or more federal buildings, resting on the floors of what appear to be basements or loading docks. This is how much your country cares about you, boys. Respond appropriately. They arrived without federal funding for food, water, fuel, equipment, or lodging, said the source, who was granted confidentiality under Chronicle policies. Jesus Christ. This is what happens when the president and National Guard, when the president and Pete Hegseth demand the National Guard state assets deploy immediately with no plan in place, no federal funding for food, water, fuel, and lodging. This really is the failure of the federal government. If you're going to federalize these troops, then take care of them. I genuinely, I really hope that, like, this builds some resentment here, okay? I want all of these soldiers to know, like, deep down in their heart, how little the president gives a fuck about them. Like, how transparently and cynically they're being used as a tool to crack down on political opposition. Just chilling, man. Protesters should give the National Guard food and water to really push it in. That would be really fucking funny. The protesters, like, offering a fucking bag of Takis to the National Guardsmen the way you'd hand out, like, a bowl of cat food to a stray. They're like, That would be fucking funny. Currently, there's no plan for where everyone is sleeping tonight, the source said, adding there was an urgent need to find more portable bathrooms and dumpsters for garbage. Sorry, boys, you're shitting in your helmets. Senior military leaders advised Monday that California troops could continue sleeping on floors or outdoors until Thursday, at which point federal officials would decide whether or not to make more permanent lodging plans. Just, you know, whatever. Just, you know... Well, maybe we'll give you food, water, and beds. You know, Yeah, no wonder Newsom is so galvanized against the Republicans right now. They're creating more homeless encampments. That's fucking funny. The National Guard subreddit is having fun with it and aren't being literal Hitlerites. Yeah, the National Guard subreddit's fine, I think. Yeah, it's Reddit, you know. Fucking Gen X millennial hotspot. Yeah, I did see this. Glendale said it will stop housing federal immigration detainees. Which is very good. Which is very, very good. Why do people think soldier equals automatic Hitlerite? You can probably imagine why. Like, just think for a second. You can probably understand why. It's not necessarily true, but, like, you know. Yes, the officers are more befitting of that reputation, 100%. Absolutely, yeah. Very brave, Nuts.
She was in the assembly. Is a great friend of mine, a great fighter for all of us, like the president of the California Federation of Labor, Lorena Gonzalez.
I want to see what the size of these protests are. The way they slammed the door in Congresswoman Maxine Waters' face. Okay, I'm about to say something that might be racist. I don't know. I don't know if this is an AAVE thing. I hate the linguistic trend. Why does everyone say the way that before saying the thing? Just say the thing. I understand the implication, right? Like, aren't you astonished by the way that the thing took place? Yeah, it's like it's giving. It's like a nothing word. It's like adding a long Why does everyone say type shit? Okay, that's different.
Congresswoman Watt, I just came to use my congressional authority.
Ma'am, our lobby is secure right now to all visitors.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs office.
I need to get in.
She tried to get inside to talk to the president of SEIU. He was detained. She could not get in. The door indeed was slammed in her face. And then here's what she said about the militarization she's seeing here in downtown Los Angeles.
I don't know why we have guns. What are those guns for? Are they to shoot protesters? I mean, there's no reason to be here with the national.
You are 1,000 years old. Congress people have the right to inspect federal facilities. They are not allowed to slam the door in her face, but, you know. Yeah, she has the legal authority to demand entry.
God, the President of the United States is cruel, dishonorable human being who would just assume they shoot somebody down. But I don't want that to happen. I do not want, I want the elected officials to do everything that we can to dissuade them. Congresswoman Watt, I just came to use my congressional.
A New Jersey member of Congress was charged with felonies for wanting to inspect an ICE facility. No. She was charged with a felony for assaulting an ICE officer, by which we mean she lightly bumped into one when, like, moving through a crowd.
To all, and one of my mentors has been detained alongside with 45 leaders out there, immigrant leaders. As an immigrant, I am outraged.
I want to take a look at what ABC7 is doing.
Developing situation here in.
Oh, wow, yeah. The Hitlerite who was asking Karen Bass, like, don't you think it was bad that the protesters were burning stuff? Yep, that was, in fact, the ABC7 correspondent. Here's him wearing the exact same fucking shirt and jacket that he was several hours ago, asking the mayor, you know, about whether or not she thinks it's okay to burn cars.
Downtown Los Angeles. For now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you so much for that.
Josh Haskell, I'm remembering your fucking name and face, motherfucker.
Burbank cloud cover lingering there the last hour, pretty much all morning, and kind of holding steady through these early morning, midday hours. Now we get to our live shot here at Burbank again. Still
like
cloudy
this guy,
and
though.
Cool right now, 11 o'clock hour, 68 degrees. By 3 this afternoon, we're back here with Eyewitness News. We'll see again a little difference here, possibly. We'll find out together, won't we? How about this? Get above the clouds. You get to Big Bear, and now a little more sunshine, 75 degrees, enjoying your spring
His hair's
weather.
crazy. Yeah, listen, you're allowed to look a little wacky when you're the weather guy.
To promote a real strong offshore push. It's that offshore push that keeps that marine layer just on the coast, sometimes even off of that, and the inland spots heating up. But right now, it's not a real strong ridge, so we're going to still see some onshore flows. So there's your clouds.
Oh, yeah, great
on
tie.
the coast.
Tied it well, too. Look at that beautiful
right
dimple.
At the beach areas, the inland spots, that's where the difference happens. Strong offshore flow, you'll get that really clearing a lot earlier in the day. The heat starts to work earlier. But however, right now that June gloom pushes to the coast, to the inland spots as well. And holding there for a couple more days, we will see the inland areas heat up a little bit. The desert spots, it's a desert. That's going to get kind of hot. But for the coastal spots, coastal
Dimple
valleys,
is good for a tie,
stay on
yes.
the cooler side. But changes are coming in that 7-day forecast. I'm going to show you here in just a little bit. Looking ahead to what today's going to be like. We will get some hot numbers again as you head farther east. So of course, Palm Springs, the desert, 106.
106 in Palm Springs.
89, San Bernardino, 81 for Temecula.
73 in Irvine, 106 in Palm Springs.
Stay cool. 66 at Dana Point.
California is literally that textbook map diagram where it has like, this is a peninsula, this is an archipelago, this is a mesa, this is a desert, this is a jungle. You know what I mean? This chunk of Southern California is literally that fucking diagram. It's crazy. We got everything.
65 for Ventura, 67 for Oxnard, 71 for Malibu. So looking ahead, AccuWeather 7-day forecast. Here we go. Numbers jumping up a little bit.
Isn't that the case for Washington, Oregon, too? And no deserts up there. But, you know, still pretty cool. Well, we'll come back to this when they're not doing the weather. 500 Marines mobilized. I heard about 1,000 of them were in Los Angeles at this point. Wait, Marines? A full Marine battalion have been mobilized from 29 Palms in California. Sources tell me in Halberts. I need another source for this. She's a CNN correspondent. This was from 2 minutes ago. Wait. If the Marines are moving out, somebody has a camera there. Who are the gay ones? Marines or Navy? Yes. A full Marine battalion, around 500 Marines, based out of 29 Palms, California, has been mobilized to respond to protests in L.A. Hegseth had put them on prepared to deploy orders over the weekend. The deployment of the full Marine battalion marks significant escalation. Oh, boy. Okay. Bertrand is a CNN correspondent, so presumably she's not just dicking around. That's a huge... No. All the previous media on this is about their prepared to deploy status. There are deserts in Washington, Oregon. Yeah, but not that close to the coastline. Right? Okay, whatever. Shh. Those are the Army's top guys, what the fuck? Yeah, and the war against crayons. Don't buy into the hype too much. Just because they have the prettiest dress uniforms doesn't mean they're the most competent. Viper gunship? Was this? Is this the one that has the music playing over it? Yes, it is. I'm pretty sure this is old video footage. Don't... No. Also, this from yesterday. Serious question about federal facility inspection. Who is supposed to enforce their rights to inspect those facilities? Unfortunately, like most things in government, you just have to hope that everyone's following the rules. Does anybody have any other information on this? Well, here's CNN. Mobilized to respond to the protests in Los Angeles. Deployment of a full Marine battalion. Augmenting the Guard presence on the ground in LA. Guys, I think they're really committing to this. I don't understand what the Marines are supposed to do if the National Guard doesn't even do anything. Provoke chaos? Destabilize the situation? I wonder if they're actually going to arrest Newsom, man. This source says 700 Marines being deployed to Los Angeles. Marines being deployed are only expected to be in a support role. I don't know if we can trust this source. We'll see how it goes. Did I hear 800 Marines? What does that even mean? There's no sense to what's being done. Right? Like, this is, they are deploying people with no game plan. Even if he signs the Insurrection Act, what the fuck are a few hundred Marines going to do? There are thousands of Los Angeles Police Department officers. What are the Marines going to do? They're Marines. Oh, they're going to arrest people? They're going to book people? What, like Marines? U.S. Marines are going to like, oh yeah, we're handcuffing you. We're reading you your Miranda rights. We're going to drag you down to the station. What the fuck are you talking about? The LAPD have no shortage of people who are capable of doing that. How are they going to charge people? They have no legal authority. Well, they will if the Insurrection Act is passed. But then again, keep in mind, like, so Marines, so you sign the Insurrection Act, Marines and National Guardmen can now arrest people. Okay, how? Like logistically, how? What station are they going to bring them to? Because they're federal officers. So what, are you going to drag all of them to the local police station and hope that the state prosecutor is going to file charges against them? What charges are you going to recommend? Does the average Marine even know what to recommend? Like, how are they going to book them? You know, paperwork has to be done by the arresting officer too. So a Marine's going to come in and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to fucking like, pull the crayon out and like write down what happened. It doesn't make any sense. They can't do paperwork. They don't know how to read. It's a bunch of 18-year-olds. They're Marines. I just assume the Insurrection Act lets them bypass all that. Nope. It just gives them the authority to do arrests. But once you arrest a person, you still have to put them through due process. And then you're thinking, okay, so what happens if you bypass due process? Well, in order to do that, in order to suspend habeas corpus, right, you've got to invoke the Alien Enemies Act. The problem with that being that that act is structured in such a way that you have to phrase it as a revocation of the habeas corpus of a people of a certain nationality. Now, Trump bullshitted when he did this against Venezuelans in America. We're not at war with Venezuela. But if they're just doing mass arrests of protests, they're doing this against, like, citizens. So, like, what are they gonna, like, we are now at war with America itself? I mean, maybe they would try that, but I don't see it flying. And then another question, where are they going to detain all these people? Because I guarantee you, state prosecutors are probably not going to be on board with going along with these bullshit charges. Look, prosecutors, generally speaking, are Hitlerite, but the average Southern California state prosecutor in a state that is effectively a sanctuary state is not going to go, oh, sure, yeah, here, Marines, just bring down like a few hundred people. Well, yeah, why not? You know, we'll do the paperwork for you. We know you can't read. They're not going to do that. So Marines are going to have file federal charges, which means holding them in federal detention facilities or at the very least getting the federal prosecutor to play ball. You have any idea how long that would take? There aren't as many federal prosecutors. The vast majority of charges that are brought against protesters in cases like this are state charges. The vast majority of prosecutors down here are state prosecutors. Do you have any idea how long it would take the limited number of federal prosecutors in the area to handle all of these cases? The paperwork, where they would put them, how they would house them? They're already overfull at the existing federal detention facilities, and I don't expect, even if the state apparatus works with them, I don't think they have the space either. So even if the Insurrection Act is signed, I don't think it meaningfully changes the situation down there. This is being done primarily to stoke fear and showboat. This is authoritarian flexing, plain and simple. It's not part of some master plan. It's over at DC. They're going, let's do it. I wonder if we can get away with it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it, dude. Let's fucking do it, dude. Like, they are committing. They're fucking all in. They're slamming their hands down on the table, okay? It's not a master plan. Oh, he's commenting on it? Oh, boy.
In California to address the situation in Los Angeles. Are you going to deploy Marines in California?
We'll see what happens. I mean, I think we have it very well under control. I think it would have been a very bad situation. It was heading in the wrong direction. It's now heading in the right direction. And we hope to have the support of Gavin, because Gavin's the big beneficiary.
Trump has no idea what's going on. He has no idea. If the Marines really have been ordered, as has been suggested by CNN, Trump was not the one who gave that order.
We straighten out his problems. I mean, his state is a mess. And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail because, look, personally, it should have never been built.
Miller, it would be Hegseth. Hegseth has the authority. The memo that was signed specifically gives Trump, Hegseth, and Noam the authority to manage the deployment of federal forces in this instance. It would be Hegseth, but probably in consultation with Miller.
Because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive. You could do lots of different things.
What?
And I'd like to get somebody involved in the rail because, look, personally, it should have never been built.
Oh, he's talking about California's high-speed rail.
Because you can fly there for $2, and what are you doing? They're doing that. You could drive, you could do lots of different things, you know?
Okay. I like how it cuts off there, too. Like, someone asks our dementia-addled president, "Sir, it seems the Marines are being deployed to fight civilians in Los Angeles. Your thoughts?" And he's like, "My thoughts? They never should have built that train. They haven't even built that train. They wanted to build the train. They haven't built the train. I'm going to talk about the train." And then it just cuts off there. Like, presumably the next 30 or 40 minutes dedicated to that topic, right? That's great, man. That's great. Wow, okay. Oh, one update. California will sue Trump over National Guard deployment. Yeah, we know that. Fuck, this is actually a really big deal, guys. Oh, God, we're going to see Marines on the streets of Los Angeles. Oh, what a day. What a day. What a day, what a day. I'm so curious if Trump can draw a clock. There is no way, absolutely no way, Donald Trump can draw an analog clock. Absolutely not. He would draw the one at the top. Dollars to donuts, there is no fucking way. He would absolutely draw the one at the top. I don't think this even happened during the LA race riots. Yeah, why the fuck would you ever send Marines to any civil unrest situation? Absolutely not. Why? It's nonsensical. You're just showboating. You just want the Marines there because they have the fancy uniforms. Well, they're not going to be showing up there in the fancy dress uniforms, but they have the fancy dress uniforms in like a backpack or something, ready to be deployed at any moment. They'll show up with their swords. That would be sick. You just know there's nothing that the Trump administration wants more than to see a line of these guys and there's like Mexican-looking guys throwing rocks at them or something. There is nothing they want more than that. Did the memo say they were deployed? As of just 20 or so minutes ago, CNN is reporting that 500 Marines are being mobilized. Not ready to deploy, but mobilized. Half the Marine Corps are Mexicans. That is true. Probably. I know one, well, I knew growing up one Marine, and he was of that persuasion, I'll say. The Marines went to LA for the Rodney King riots? Really? U.S. Marines of the 1st Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion moved towards LA. Son of a bitch, I'm learning so much today. Okay. Oh, look at me speaking out of turn. And don't they look handsome on their armored vehicle right there? At least for the Rodney King riots, there was actually like a serious situation. Gay? Yeah, they're fucking in there. Yeah. Guys, I think I have to send that one off to the editors. If they're really sending Marines, that's like a breaking situation. I gotta send that over. Editors, you watching? Ryan, you there? 1 second. 1 second. What'll happen if they send Marines? I don't think there's anything the Marines can do meaningfully that the National Guardsmen have already not been able to do. And the National Guardsmen haven't really done anything. I really just think it's showboating. But it's still a serious escalation. The National Guard are the people that you would expect to call for any kind of social unrest. The Marines are not. There is a reason why, when somebody just proved me wrong on the whole Marines going to LA in 1992 thing, the reason the Marines showed up looking like this is because when the Marines show up somewhere, they're supposed to kill people. They're the Marines. That's their job. National Guard, you know, have more training and equipment with regard to crowd control because they're brought in during times of civil unrest, like, pretty reliably. That's kind of what they're there for. But these are the Marines. So, you know. Aren't Marines water guys? They can do that too. What matters is that they're having fun. You understand. Yeah, National Guard's used for disasters, riots, you know, that kind of shit. Well, people are concerned trolling about the Bernie Sanders tweet. It's a pretty bad tweet. Dr. King defeated racist government officials and ended segregation through disciplined nonviolent resistance. Defeating Trumpism, oligarchy, and authoritarianism requires that same level of discipline. Violent protests are counterproductive and play right into Trump's playbook. So, like, again, the thing that he's saying is technically correct in the context of this situation, very specifically and very technically, but it's right-wing framing. Like, it's correct, but you're viewing it from the wrong angle. You're viewing it from the angle... Like, you know what else is counterproductive and plays right into Trump's playbook? Framing it as though these protests are delegitimized because of the inevitable and ultimately insignificant, fridge burning or whatever, you know? Waymos catching fire. That's counterproductive and plays right into Trump's playbook. Why'd they burn the Waymos? Presumably for fun. ICE is currently staging outside Huntington Park High School in California. Apparently the teachers are keeping students in the school to prevent ICE from kidnapping them. Why can't ICE get in the school? They're there at a graduation ceremony happening right now in Huntington Park High School. ICE is outside waiting for graduation to be over. We're not being let out. Jesus Christ. Schools don't allow ICE inside. I mean, don't they have the authority to just go in? Because there was a Biden-era mandate preventing ICE from doing that to schools and churches and stuff, but I think they rescinded it. Needs a warrant? When the fuck has that stopped them? Hold on. Trying to see if there's anything live. I don't see anything live on YouTube. Maybe it would just be live on TikTok because, like, kids would be live broadcasting from in the school. But I don't want to watch, like, a kid's TikTok live broadcast or whatever. Does anyone have any news source on this? Anything talking about this? Anything at all? No? All right. I mean, I can get live streams if you want something specific. Any news talking about ICE siege from Huntington Park High School? Outside of Home Depot. I don't see a mention of the school here. Insta? The fucking...
Graduation, they didn't let us leave. They blocked off the doors. ICE was outside waiting for graduation to be over here in Huntington Park High School. They were letting us out in small groups of people, and we just saw cop cars, HB, police. And on our way home, we saw this business. People were running out, running to their cars, speeding off, and across the street.
This is from 2 hours ago. Is it still an ongoing situation, or was this happening earlier? Ah, more confirmation on the Marines thing. Apparently 700 rather than 500, according to this source. Article about the graduation this morning. LA unified leaders decry immigration raids as stoking fear during graduation season. On graduation day, man. So fucking heartless. Carvalho also said school police are directed, quote, to intervene and interfere with any federal agency who may want to take action during these joyous times that we call graduation. Carvalho? Carvalho. That makes more sense. I need to close some links here. Okay. Las Vegas. Protests from Sacramento. ABC link about the Marines being deployed. Yerp. I believe we just saw this. Yeah. This is all the information we have right now. All right. Let's catch back up with the protests. Nice shirt, by the way. I know. Be done. Man, it looks so lawless and violent over here. Does anyone have a helicopter feed? I couldn't find one while skimming earlier. Want to see how big the crowd is.
Airport's not even in. Oh, good.
pretty big. It looks pretty big considering the fact that it's Monday. Okay, so let's do the IQ test. Now, I asked for a helicopter feed, that is true. However, Sir Daniel, I think the implication you should have gotten from what I requested was I wanted a helicopter feed of both the time and place that we were looking at on the ground. As you can tell by the visuals on screen, this is neither the time nor the place. This is, in fact, a different time and a different place. So you have found a helicopter feed. But it is not what we are looking for. Okay, just... You should have been more specific. Yeah, that one's on me.
Excellent. Perfect parking, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Fox 11? Fox 11, how are you getting less reliable coverage than Hassan did? Apparently Dr. Phil was at a raid. Yeah, I heard about that. He was with ICE.
But the right to peacefully assemble.
Exciting.
To express themselves to the government in order to bring about change in this country is a fundamental American principle, and we will continue to stand behind it. I'm thankful for the leadership of Governor Newsom.
Phenomenal.
And Mayor Bass in terms of managing a fragile situation that Donald Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans are intentionally trying to inflame. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Why is there a bear there? Because everyone knows that Hakeem Jeffries is the most boring man on earth. So to keep the ratings up, you know, you need to dangle a little.
And these people have zero credibility. Zero credibility on the other side of the aisle when it comes to issues of law and order.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Questions?
You really could, like, you could not try to be more uncharismatic than him.
Mr. Leader, good afternoon. Thank you. Do you think that some of the images we're seeing from Los Angeles put Democrats who are in swing districts in a tough spot when they might be asked to defend some of these things, when immigration and fighting back against ICE is not a front and center issue in those districts?
No one is actually defending any unlawful behavior. I am defending the right for the American people to peacefully assemble.
Here's some better framing. Do you think it might put Republicans in moderate districts in a difficult position when they're called upon to defend the egregious violence and overreach and authoritarianism that Trump has demonstrated in sending soldiers to quell peaceful protests in Los Angeles? There, easy. And look at me. I'm not even the House Majority Leader, or Minority Leader, sorry.
And we'll continue to encourage people to exercise that right peacefully. And if anyone crosses the line, they should be held accountable by the relevant authorities.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
We will not be lectured by Donald Trump and anyone in the Republican Party about issues of law and order. Not a single one of them. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one.
Oh, my God.
Costs haven't gone down. They're going up. Inflation is going up. Donald Trump lied to the American people. You know what he did do on day one? He pardoned hundreds of violent felons, criminals, who brutally assaulted police officers and attacked the Capitol on January 6th. That's what Donald Trump did on day one. The hostages weren't released on day one like he promised. He lied. The war didn't end in Ukraine on day one. Donald Trump lied. Costs didn't go down in America. On day one of Donald Trump's presidency, he lied to you, the American people. You know what he did on day one? He pardoned hundreds of violent felons who brutally beat police officers. That's the insurrection. And so the notion that Donald Trump and his minions, his sycophants here in the House of Representatives or in the Senate, who are nothing more than a reckless rubber stamp for Donald Trump's extreme agenda, are going to lecture America?
When we get like post-dictatorship show trials for people involved, I really, really, really hope Jeffries and Schumer are up there too. Past the point, man, I'm sorry, but incompetence ain't cutting it. Your ass, you listen, if an engineer signs off on the construction of a bridge and the bridge collapses because it was built like shit, that engineer can be sued, okay? All I'm saying is that in the real world, there are consequences for doing your job poorly sometimes.
About issues of law and order, get lost. We're not failing you at all. You have zero credibility on this issue.
What did you make of President Trump's comment saying that it would be a great thing to see Governor Gavin Newsom arrested?
Donald Trump is clearly trying to distract from the fact that he has a failed administration. A failed administration. He promised to lower costs. He promised to deal with inflation in America. Costs aren't going down. Life has become more expensive. The business environment is shaky. Small businesses are being forced to close. Our credit rating has been reduced. The bond market is reacting adversely to Donald Trump's erratic policies. The Trump tariffs are going to result in thousands of dollars of additional expenses per year on everyday Americans.
I legitimately can't follow what he's saying. It's so
Donald
boring.
Trump and the Republicans are crashing the economy in real time and then driving us toward a recession. His presidency has been a failure. And now they're trying to jam this big, ugly bill, this disgusting abomination down the throats of the American people, a bill that's deeply unpopular with the American people, and we're just getting started. And then he's in a big fight with Elon Musk, the most personal of disputes possible. Is it any surprise to anyone that he's trying to distract the country with this erratic and extreme behavior? No.
Like, I think a lot of liberals don't understand how bad this is. If your political leaders are so boring and uncharismatic that no one even listens to them, that's like, it's game over. It literally does not matter if you're right or wrong. It doesn't even matter if your enemies make mistakes. Like this, it's egregious. Like you might as well have a mute political representative. No one's making clips of this. No one, listen, maybe 1% of the population actually watches the news meaningfully. The vast majority of people aren't out there watching 60, minutes, ABC, NBC, whatever, even Fox, right? Even though Fox does get a lot more nightly viewership, most people are watching second order commentary. Like what I do. People are watching YouTube videos. They're seeing on social media clips cut out of context or whatever. Your ability to create entertaining sound bites is your ability to reach people. This is why Donald Trump is so effective. He's very good at that. This is political obsolescence. You might as well not even be doing anything. His words sound fair, though. Why do we hate him? Well, his words are dickless, for one. But we hate him because he does nothing. He's worthless. It's absolutely worthless. I don't give a shit if my Democratic representative says something that is technically correct. It's meaningless. What he has to do is win. Winning is what matters. There are no consolation prizes in the war for democracy, okay?
To targeting.
I don't care. Looks fun.
Are either of you guys 40?
What?
Okay, never mind then. Was a movie, is something about being 40. That's where that line comes from.
What?
Who's looking out for me? You're supposed to be looking out for me.
What?
Nobody's ever looking out for me.
It's Fox 13.
Yes.
What? Is he reading chat?
Where?
Do you know your mic is on?
Left side.
I don't think you know your mic is on.
This you sure they aren't the film crew?
This is a cameraman talking, not a broadcaster.
Are these backup or are these the federal? No, these are LAPD.
I'm watching this. I'm curious. Ready for a gamer moment, yeah.
Where? Oh yeah, there you go.
No! Someone told him. No! They let him know.
Law-abiding immigrant communities, as well as
many other crimes. You say that if they wanted to go after violent people, that's something you could agree on. So do you support ICE detaining illegal immigrants that have...
Even Philip DeFranco is asking the flag question. Yeah, I don't want to like go on about it too much because this is a conversation that's going to have like no impact on real world behavior. It's basically just going to be like, do you want to get dogpiled by lefties on Twitter? But there's so obviously a correct answer to it, you know? This isn't the main protesting group. This isn't the City Hall group that we were looking at before. What about that other feed we were looking at? Oh, now they're looking here too. Everyone's looking at this group. Well, nothing's going on here. What's the flag question? There's been a lot of discourse over whether or not protesters should be waving American flags at a protest like this versus like Mexican flags or whatever. Nice sombrero. Pilot yelling at protesters? Hell yes.
Fine. Hey, that black SUV, I got the plate. I'm coming in around at 5 in the morning. Okay? It's up to you. Throw something else, I dare you. Throw something else, I dare you. Do it again. Do it again. Let's go. You ain't getting away from me. I got you locked.
They're literally fucking playing in our fucking face. They are literally fucking inciting this fucking violence.
Do it again.
I can't understand what they're saying.
This is who we pay to fly these fucking helicopters in the motherfucking sky? These pieces of shit?
How does that work? Huh? So that Mercedes is going, that black car, the black SUV is going. I'm going to hang down a phone for 2 days.
I'm going to show up at your house at 5 a.m.
What?
Do it. That's what he keeps saying. What a piece of shit. In a fucking helicopter.
We love a shit talker. Yeah, sorry, I don't really know what's going on there.
You got a 3-minute warning?
Oh, we're back.
I think we're all big kids here. We're all adults. We all know what the drill is. They're waiting for the other shift to be here before they start popping off. Until, like, you know, I start working a PM shift, and then all of a sudden everything's going to happen in the morning. Just watch.
I kind of like this
Morning
guy.
Riots in downtown. Yeah. People angry at morning. All right, somebody, they were getting a speech. That officer right there basically said something to him like, "Hey, wrap it up. Whatever you're doing here, wrap it up."
Alameda and Temple, that would put it right by the federal detention facility. But there was a big group of people that were at the town hall.
He was down there saying, "Look, Skybox is almost out of fuel, so just hang on a couple more minutes. Well, then we're going to wrap this up. We're going to mix this up good."
They were flying Reaper drones. Oh yeah, I heard that. Homeland Security MQ-9 Reaper drones flying over downtown LA. Little wacky.
Troy 701, contact LA Center 126.35.
2635 for 701.
What's a Reaper drone? Surveillance. Like they're taking a look at your dick and balls and they're seeing if you're cut and uncut. They're using like sensitive sonic IR scans to check the tip color, you know?
And I got to check my dates, but I'm working some Saturdays coming up. I bet you by that time this will all be done too.
Happy Cake
It's
Day,
not this
Saka.
Saturday. I mean, it could be.
They can also carry weapons. Yeah, but they're not going to drone strike the protest. They're using it for surveillance.
2 weeks of this month and the first week of the next. This is it? You're pulling the plug? All right. Yeah, 6/28. Oh no, it's the last weekend of this month, and then 2 in the next. Yeah, this will be over by then. Yeah. Skybox, Simon Tess, just letting you know that time has come. Would you like us to take a look at the park before we depart?
Sure. That's a helicopter.
Just do it. Let's just do it. Do it. Temple and Alameda. Temple and Alameda. Don't go anywhere. Where's Temple?
No, I'm watching.
Temple in Alameda?
You know where Temple out.
Is there a Temple in Alameda?
Actually, hold on. This is Fox 13 Seattle, so it's very possible he doesn't know where Temple in Alameda is.
Isn't that Turner in Alameda? Okay. Temple and Alameda. That is in the shot. Temple and Alameda. Where? I don't see the federal building. Hang on, Dave. Dave, hang on.
Dave!
They really want to see that temple in Alameda, so let's just go back. But okay, so this is what is this, Roybal or whatever? So this is where the crowd wound up, or a portion of the crowd. Let's go back to Temple in Alameda. Let's do an orbit. That way everybody sees everything, and then we can bail.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is the backside. Dave, what was it that you wanted to see? You wanted to see these guys?
Oh. I probably wanted to see the federal building, the detention center. Which is up. If you pan up, you'll see it. Like up. Up a little more. To the right. Up and to the
no,
right.
They're staging here. That's what's going on. They're staging. These are the guys parking their cars.
It's up into the... It's right up. The detention facility is up.
Apparently their Waymo is down, so they came with their cars.
There it is. There's the federal detention facility. See, there's people. There was people.
101 and the 110, the 4 level is looking.
Oh, just okay.
Fabulous.
Traffic cam. Yep, there we go. There we go. Traffic cam. Yes,
well,
sir.
I didn't make the traffic, but it's just looking good right now. I'm just reporting it. But I love the love. I would have loved to get a shot of old 2-9. I swear they're down there right now going, okay, Skyfox is gone. Let's get into it.
You're leaving the area, man. You're going out. Right? You're going out.
Oh, could you imagine?
God, look at Los Angeles. What an ugly fucking blight on the world. Seriously, it's just this in every direction.
They're not doing that good this year, are they? Yeah. Really? Okay.
Yeah, I spawned in here.
I was looking at a bunch of Dodger gear yesterday because, like I said, I'm still kind of cleaning up in Oregon. Yes, we have to. We have to. We have no fuel. I gave you a 10-minute. I gave you a 3-minute. And then I gave you a we got to go.
This is so much better than ABC 7.
Right, that's what's going to be going on right now. Somebody's going to get run over or some kind of crazy.
Some shit like that. I don't know.
Oh. Oh, Burbank. Why do you always got to be a problem?
That's facts.
Me neither.
Me every day of my life.
He has more than one. You think? I didn't even think he has a house out here. I remember the guy that the Harbor Freight guy's got a massive house.
Oh.
No, I haven't seen. And we did we actually did it for one of the spotting stews was the Oakley guy. He was selling his house. It is a really cool house.
This is Fox 13 Seattle.
One 8011. Oh, come on. Oh, Jesus. Ah! It's not me. It's the touchscreen. You need to have you have to have a, there it is, right there.
What are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Seriously, look at how this city is laid out,
You have
man.
to have a soul to make this touchscreen work. Oh, sorry, man. There you go.
Isn't that Beverly Hills? What? No, we're nowhere near Beverly Hills. No! Sorry, guys. This has been very endearing. I actually have no idea where we are. We're moving southwest right now, I think. No, southeast. So that would put us, yeah, no, I have no idea. No clue. Your city is so big, my city, the second largest in my country, would barely be a neighborhood, I feel, size comparison. That's fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, people really don't understand how big Los Angeles is. Los Angeles is so big, like if you Google Maps Los Angeles, you can start to see the city when you're still like looking at the country of America. It like the whole, yeah, it's unbelievably big. It's wide, not big? Well, it's wide and big, but it's very, 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 very wide. Can you compare it to European cities? Sure. What would be, like, what about, like, Berlin? How do I alter London? Sure. How do I alter the... Okay, whatever. Size, comparison, Los Angeles, London. I'm sure Google will help me out here. This doesn't work. It says London is about 1.3 times bigger than Los Angeles, but it's only talking about the city of Los Angeles. When people say Los Angeles, what they mean is Los Angeles County. The fact that the city of Los Angeles is only this much smaller than London means the county of Los Angeles is massive compared to, true size of? Does that work? True size of only does countries. That's not what we're talking about. Here it is next to London. I guess it's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of hard to tell, but it looks like Los Angeles County is the size of all of what's inside the ringway on the outside of London. So everything contained within the ringway is more or less... Is that the M25? You're more thinking the metropolitan area? Yeah, but Los Angeles is its metropolitan area. It spans out like infinitely. You can use this to compare city sizes. As long as it goes by... Okay, let me just... Hold on. Los Angeles municipal area size. About 6,000 square kilometers. Whereas the city of Los Angeles is only about 1,200 square kilometers. The cameraman stream just changed? Oh. That Reddit link isn't working for me. Can you make it work for me? Okay, I wasn't talking about Greater Los Angeles because Greater Los Angeles is incomprehensibly large. Greater Los Angeles is 88,000 square kilometers. I wasn't talking about that. Greater Los Angeles is like a fucking small planet. I'm talking about the LA County area. Yeah, we found some, we found a counter-protester. Wait, Berlin versus... Damn, that's crazy. Same scale? Holy shit. Dude, look at Berlin here. Right here. And then look at LA. Same scale. Jesus Christ. You never really get an appreciation for it when you're on LA, because so much of it is flat. But, like, yeah, the total fucking... What's the population of both? Los Angeles isn't very dense. The population of LA County is like 13 million, I think. Why do Americans hate using space inefficiently? Car culture. Oh yeah, so what's going on now? Oh, Fox 11's going home. Okay. Let me see if I can find a broader feed. Next to Istanbul. Damn. And Istanbul's a huge city, too. I hope I get to go to Istanbul one day. I would love to have some coffee there and see some street cats. Same population? God damn. Okay, enough size comparisons. The earlier groups about the march. Yeah, this is the larger group of people. If anyone wants to compare LA to Tokyo. To be fair, Tokyo, I believe, is the largest metropolitan area in the world. Like, by a huge margin. They just never stopped building Tokyo. They're still building Tokyo. But even by that standard, it's actually not that far apart. Like, Tokyo wins, clearly. But Tokyo is, like, the megacity, you know? Doesn't China have legit like 3 or 4 super cities? Yeah, but there's a huge difference in how they build out. Most of China's super cities are like very recent explosions in like, you know, building these massive like mega structures, right? Tokyo is this like organic web. It's like this enormous, and it's still growing because people are leaving rural Japan and moving into Tokyo. Tokyo is like one of the world cities, you know? It's insane. It's an insane place. Okay, we really need to stop doing this now, okay? As interesting as I find it. Ah, they're taking turns. Call me a lib, but as a Latino, I love seeing white and black people showing up for us here too. I hope everyone understands, by the way, like, in the broader sense, this is not like a pro-Latin. This is like the fucking country. This is anti-authoritarian broadly. Obviously, Latin people are being targeted, like, specifically by the administration, but this is very much like a, much like with BLM being like a broader protest against police brutality, this is like so much everyone's fight.
Get out the way! Get out the way, ICE! Get out the way! Get out the way, ICE! Get out the
looking for a helicopter feed.
Not for ICE and deportation! Not for ICE and deportation! Money for jobs and education! Money for jobs and education!
Not to detract from the chant, hold on. LAPD speaking?
Property damage and injury.
Of course.
While we will always protect individuals' First
This is San Francisco.
Amendment rights.
And that means this is earlier, I believe. I think this is earlier. Okay. Ignore that. I'm looking at the available feeds right now, and things look... I think relatively calm. Here. ABC 10?
More than 100 people on Friday. LA's police chief says most of the protests in the city have been peaceful. He calls the scattered violence disgusting.
Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you.
Police on horseback seen here as a firework explodes in front of them.
You gonna show the police on horseback trying to murder a man by trampling on him?
PD says multiple officers were injured when two people on
no, you're going to talk about officer injuries. Okay, going to talk about protester injuries?
Motorcycles tried to crash through a police line. ABC's Matt Gutman was there as it happened.
Just moments ago, there's some projectiles being thrown. Just moments ago, a motorcycle seemed to try to break through the police skirmish line. Now that motorcycle is being hauled in here. Looks like he's being arrested.
Protesters at one point shutting down the 101 freeway. Apparent flashbangs going...
Fucking disgusting collaborationists. When the trials are held, all of local media is getting it too. I'm telling you. When we reconstruction this country and we rebuild it from the ground up, like, we need to look at how literally, like, every brick in the wall, all of them are built, except for that helicopter guy, yes. But apart from that guy, like, at every level, the collaborationism with the regime was, it's so much of it was silent. Like, I wish everyone who supported Trump was as open with it as open Trump supporters. This shit, disgusting.
Off as police work to reopen the major roadway. The mayor pleading for calm.
What we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully.
Now, hundreds of National Guard troops were deployed to LA just yesterday. And look, this is a call and an action that...
Do you think they support Trump, or are they just centrist libs? Their job is to follow a narrative. They are given a narrative. If they break with that narrative, they are disciplined or fired. Look, ABC's one of their top commentators was suspended yesterday for criticizing Trump on social media. Like, they are 100% under orders. Sometimes some of them are allowed a little bit of leeway, but usually not. Especially not with the police.
Governor Newsom is asking the Trump administration to revoke, but meantime, the Trump administration says there are 500 active duty Marines that are on standby and ready to come out here at a moment's notice. So we will be monitoring the situation. Reporting live from Los Angeles.
That's great. Fuck you. It could be implicit orders too. These reporters aren't stupid. They might be stupid. I miss helicopter guy. We all do. Is this the only current protest? It looks like they're outside a federal facility. I'm gonna guess that, judging from what it looks to the right here. I don't know what this facility is, though. I don't know where they are. Let's go back to on the ground.
LA! I said of LA! I said of LA! I said of LA!
Are there protests in other cities or just Cali? Other cities are also seeing protests. There have been, let's say, spicy protests in San Francisco. I believe in Sacramento. There are some happening, but LA is the center right now.
Ready to march?
Tampa was shown, Boston.
I can't hear you. Are you ready to march?
Marines have been deployed, I know. Nothing outside Cali. I just said Boston and Dallas. a sec. I have to piss. Keep your eye on it.
I'm out of it. Oh, that's not it.
Start blocking the street again.
I see they started moving. I hear police. Okay, what's going on? I need to iron the collar on this. Alright, alright. Of course you're done. Fucking pigs. Pig fucks, piece of shit. Okay, we're moving. Where is this? Are we on Alameda? Is that Hassan? Oh, is Hassan live? I like that one. Dude, crop top and like oversized cargo pants that are low rise is like the uniform of baddies in Los Angeles. And I'm not gonna lie, I do miss it a bit. There are so many like PNW lumberjack slash like Patagonia puffer vest wearers up here in Seattle. And look, there are hot people in like Cap Hill and stuff, but there is an aesthetic that I miss. Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! But it's hot there. It's only like 72 today.
So now they're heading towards Broadway on First Street, which leads up to the detention centers and leads up to City Hall. So we'll see where their final spot is going to come at.
The no human is illegal on its own is better than inserting the stolen land bit. Yeah, the stolen land bit does not resonate, like, at all with Americans. It's also not relevant in the context of the protests. For indigenous right protests, sure, but, like, for this specifically, it's literally just, like, throwing in the extra woke brownie points, you know what I mean? Like, can we throw this one in too? Might as well add, like, a queer chant. No one is illegal for being LGBTQIAA+. On stolen land or something, like, you know, just toss it all in there. Type shit. Audio?
Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! When do we want?
No one was sure for a second there. Is this an old feed? This crowd of people isn't moving. Is this a different crowd of people? Must be a different crowd of people. So where is this? Right next to the jail? Yeah, that looks about right. Oh yeah, I saw a street sign down there. Yeah. Okay, they're near the federal facility. So are they gonna meet up? And this is following the group that we were just watching. You love to see two groups meet up. It feels very portentous. There's a lady on Fox 13 Seattle. What's up? Do you know you're on air? What is it with this channel and people acting like they're not on air when they're on air?
Hi, Linda. Well, there's about 200 people out here. As you say, most of them are out here. The event started because of the events in Los Angeles in solidarity with the protests that took place out there across the weekend.
Oh, are we in Seattle now?
Thousands of people were protesting ICE raids and President Trump's immigration policies. However, this started about 3 p.m. with people on the left side of the street. Then about an hour later, we saw the opposing come to the other side of the street. They are in support of President Trump's immigration policies, and it did get heated at times. I want to show you some of the crowd out here. And again, this is all after the raids in Los Angeles, where they say the region has been affected by laid-off workers, day laborers, restaurants, and hundreds of businesses affected by these immigration policies. Now, Tampa residents are coming out to support LA and opposing these raids. The Facebook page for this event today in downtown Tampa said, quote, families are being torn apart, homes...
Downtown Tampa, because they said, the way she said, like, support for LA, they're not in LA, but I was looking, this doesn't look like Seattle at all. Also, no one here dresses like they do in Seattle.
Seems like a calm conversation between two outspoken men. We spoke with both sides earlier today.
Oh, back in front? Whoa. Okay, all right, okay. Fox 13 Seattle. I genuinely do not... Okay, you know what I think is happening here? Genuinely, you know what I think is happening? I think that the people on camera are only getting briefed on the chunks of time during which they're live on their TV studio, like on TV. So during this section here, they're live to YouTube, but they're acting as though they're only... Like, and that's probably what happened with the camera feed with the guy before. The reason he went silent is because they knew that they were cutting to him for over Los Angeles shots on TV. But the whole time they're live on YouTube. Somebody has to tell these guys, you are always live on YouTube.
I know. Demonstrator who tells me they just feel better leaving this, that they see people who care, that they're making their message heard, whatever that may be, and that they're...
Like, normally you would pull the YouTube feed from their TV channel, but it looks like they're just pulling it straight from the camera, which is kind of a mistake. Very funny, though. Very funny, though. Okay, that's the crowd. I miss Dave. Well, Dave wasn't his name. Dave was the name of a guy he was talking to. Crowd's growing. Crowd's growing quite a bit. That's the convention center, right? Over there? Where I make my yearly pilgrimage for Anime Expo.
So they have stopped and surrounded patrol units with the monster.
How's Crux doing? Okay, here we're down by the federal detention facility. Someone's mad. I don't like this camera fade. It's a pretty decently sized crowd, huh? It's only going to get larger once people start to get off work, right? This is all the young people and students and unemployeds and stuff. Third shifters? Yeah. Aren't the students and the unemployed the most energetic? Yeah, they're also the ones that don't pay taxes, so lawmakers tend to care less about them. Does it feel like it's safe to say at this point the Trump regime's gambit is failing, but like failing in slow motion? You know, it's really difficult to say. There are a few like big cards that haven't really come into play yet. For one, the Marines are apparently on their way. For two, there is a non-zero chance that they're going to try to arrest Hegseth. Oh, Newsom. Sorry, Newsom. I was thinking like sociopath with slick-backed hair. My apologies. I mean Newsom. Yeah. Sociopath with the Patrick Bateman cut. There is a zero chance of Hegseth getting arrested, at least within the next 3 to 4 years. I wish this camera would pan out a little bit.
Now they're chanting, quit your job.
Beep, beep.
Trying to catch up back to the front. They're walking at a pretty fast pace. Usually, the leaders, organizers slow down to wait for the people to catch up.
That would be how Trump saves face, though, like arresting Hegseth, saying he was a deep state. No, they would never, ever, ever do that. They're not going to admit any mistakes. No matter what happens in Los Angeles, the Trump administration is going to say that it was a success and they righteously quelled Mexican unrest or whatever. There's no timeline where they admit a mistake or give up any of their own. It doesn't matter. It cannot happen. So it really comes down to how embarrassing this is. Oh, nice America-Mexico flag. That's kind of cute. That's a pretty nice flag. It really comes down to how embarrassing this is and how this plays out. I'm trying to think what I want to happen, because there's a very cynical line that you can take here, right? You can say, well, if some Kent State shit happens, then that'll negatively polarize the American public against Trump. But would it? Like, when Kent State happened, most Americans supported the National Guardsmen and thought the students were at fault. So, would it? I don't know. Obviously, I want this to play out in a way that's embarrassing for the Trump administration, but I don't really know what the best case scenario is there. You know? I don't really know what the best possible outcome would be. Like, we have cops on video attempting to murder a guy by trampling him with horses, and the media is not even talking about it. Generally speaking, I think that media attention directed against the excesses of the police, the National Guardsmen, and the Marines are good for us, but by what, like, to what extent? By how much of a margin? Like, is that a rounding error? Is it significant? I don't know. I don't know. Good news if you haven't seen it already. I have seen it, but you're right. This is a big factor in the equation. The city of Glendale has terminated its contract with ICE to allow ICE to use their facility for migrant detention. And this is good. So that's another angle here. It's not all about Trump, right? To a large extent, what these protests can do is say, hey, listen, cities across America, if you keep working with ICE, things are going to get nasty here. You know, it's a threat. Do you want your cities to be destabilized? Do you want to have to pay for dozens and dozens of nights of clashes between ICE and the police and protesters? No? Then don't work with them. That's very, very good. And a follow-up question, good point, do we want them to try to arrest Hegseth? Because on one hand, that would be very scary. But on the other hand, it's possible that could be... Did I do it again? I'm sorry. Just all white men look the same to me. I'm just very woke. Do we want them to arrest Newsom? Because on one hand, it would be very scary. I mean, that would be an enormous... I mean, that would be... If you covered that in any other country, that would be like a, oh, fuck, it's going down there. I want them to try and fail. Sure, sure. Oh, I would love them to try and fail, but like, we're not guaranteeing that. That's not a guarantee at all. That's, you know, oh, I would love for him to fire a gun at me because then I could parry it with my blade and cut the bullet in two, and the two halves of the bullet would slam into the wall behind me, but I would be unharmed. Sure, that would be awesome. But you're assuming a lot. You're assuming a lot there. If they attempt to arrest Newsom, how do we want that to go down? Would it be ideal, for example, for Newsom to give himself up readily and challenge it in court? They're already suing the federal government, and the courts would not treat Trump favorably. Basically, any court in the land would favor Newsom on this, because Trump would have no legal right to arrest Newsom. It'd be an insane thing to do. Or would it be better for Newsom to be belligerent and essentially hole himself up in a fortress at the governor's office? He has access to the resources to do that if he wanted to. If he wanted to, like, you know, use the enormous power he has as California governor to wall himself off, declare the arrest illegitimate, and say essentially, like, fuck around, find out, that would be based in red-pilled. Is that realistic? Probably not. Would that be better, like, outcome-wise? Potentially? But probably not. I said Hegseth again, didn't I? I'm getting a feeling I said Hegseth again. No, it would legitimize the arrest attempt? Maybe. I think you said Newsom? Fuck, now I'm gonna doubt myself anytime I say either. God damn it. Who has control over the LAPD? Well, they're city level, so the city does. Who's the current Secretary of Defense? Quick quiz. Ava Braun. Fuck! If Newsom wins in court, does that affect anything for Trump? Well, that's the problem with, like, the legal route, which is that so far there hasn't really been any consequence at all to Trump losing in legal battles. It's delayed him, but it's never led to any kind of crackdown, right? So what happens if they arrest Gavin Newsom for, I don't know, sedition or whatever, and then it goes to court, and the judges fast track it, and the judge is like, this is ridiculous, and it just, like, nothing goes anywhere? Then what? Gavin Newsom just goes back to being governor? Then what happened? What's gained? Is this the fate of modern political movements? Everything is just a weak copy of things that came before. So in the past, fascists would just, in a brilliant display of military force, kill everyone who dissented or exile them or depose them. But nowadays, it's more like they talk about it and then like maybe an arrest happens and maybe it doesn't, but then the arrest doesn't lead to much. Like, is everything just like a fake copy of a previous thing? Yeah, history hasn't ended. It's slow to a crawl. Isn't that depressing? No, I'm not saying nothing ever happens. I'm saying that, like, things happen just at a glacial... No, not that they happen at a glacial case. I guess it's more like political extremism isn't what it used to be. I don't know. Do you really want to live in the interesting times? We do live in the interesting times. You're looking at it happening. This isn't nothing ever happens talk. It's happening right now. That's what we're covering right now. The president is threatening to arrest the governor of California, okay? These are the interesting times. It's just that our understanding of how these things are supposed to play out is largely informed by prior examples of fascist governance. But things are different now. For example, it used to be that unions were a hotbed of, or were like a staging ground for progressive social activism, especially against people like Republicans. Nowadays, Teamsters endorsed Republicans. Common logic going back 100 years. The unions are like the lefty guys, you know? Yeah, unions. Yeah, they're downtown. They're fighting it out with people. Yeah, union boys. Nowadays, average union guy is a truck driver who voted for Trump. So that logic doesn't work. Even if Gavin was released, there would still be massive protests and discourse? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe, dude. There were plenty of protests after Trump won in 2016. What about now? How many protests are there now? Like, we're looking at a few thousand people in LA. Do you have any idea how big the protests were during the Iraq War when that started? Or fuck, even the BLM protests? I don't know. Nothing works anymore. They might become larger? Yeah, maybe. Let's not be doomerist here. It's not doomerism. Don't misuse that term. I'm just saying I don't think anyone knows how the playbook works anymore. I don't think people understand. I don't think people understand like how any of this is supposed to work anymore, you know? The logic doesn't really track as well. I don't really know what we should be hoping for. Dude, I'm bopping right now. RFK Jr. just removed the entire vaccine advisory panel at the CDC. Cool. All current members of CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee. Well. Dismissed an expert panel of vaccine advisors that has historically guided the federal government's vaccine recommendations, saying this group is, quote, plagued with conflicts of interest. Okay. Plagued, very nice, yeah. This is bad. You see the Reaper drones over the protest? Yes. Can he even do that? I think we've well demonstrated that all of them can do anything they want. The entirety of the 17-member Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, which advised the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention on the vaccine schedule and requires coverage of immunizations, will be retired and replaced with new members. Cool. It really is national suicide. Like, the RFK Jr. is the clearest example of it. Like, it's not just that they want to remake America with a specific vision. It's like, well, no, they literally don't. They just it's just chaos agent shit. Kennedy said a number of the panel's members were traditionally pediatricians, epidemiologists, immunologists, and other physicians were last-minute appointees of the Biden administration. Without removing the current members, the current Trump administration would not have been able to appoint a majority of new members until 2028. ACIP members are not political appointees. However, Kennedy, a longtime critic of federal vaccine policy and vaccine safety, argued the current group is rife with conflicts of interest and has not been transparent in its vaccine recommendations. Okay, gotcha. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they have said they do not plan on revising the current vaccine scheduling, but I have no idea what the purpose of removing these people would be unless they were trying to do that. The committee is scheduled to meet on June 25th to discuss vaccinations against COVID-19, RSV, influenza, HPV, and meningococcal disease. Sorry, I don't know that one. HHS said the meeting will still take place, giving the agency roughly 2 weeks to fill its advisory panels. Meningitis? Well, okay, I know how to say meningitis. I just don't know how to pronounce this. Cockle? It'd be cockle, right? Meningococcal? Okay, gotcha. Thank you. It's bacteria that fucks up your brain. That's why it's called cockle. Gotcha. So they have 2 weeks to fill the advisory panel. What's the gain here? It's just fucking dumb. I mean, the Nazis and Stalin both did this, right? Stalin with Lysenkoism and the Nazis with a fuck ton of things. They're just insane and they don't care. They hate you. It's not very satisfying, like, of an answer, but that is literally just... That's where they're at. I don't know. We have got to, I cannot wait to find out who they fill this panel with. It has to be stoking division and fear. I mean, to a large extent, I think they're just prioritizing loyalists. And the problem is that scientists can never actually be loyal to the Trump administration, right? You can't be, because they are anti-reality. They're anti-empiricism, you know? All empirical branches of government have to be, like, broken down to agree with their narrative. No, Esmelia, they're not related. I don't know. We'll see who they replace them with. Marines will arrive tonight. Or early in the morning. And do what? Stand around.
Obliterated. They made downtown Los Angeles a no-go zone. I mean, the police, because of all the unrest. But I hear what you're saying, and as you can see, we are showing the peaceful images right now. So I understand your complaint, but you know.
It's a very small part of Los Angeles. I just want to remind people. And if you go to certain parts of the city, they don't even know what's happening.
I get that, but still, I mean, 5 cars set on fire is still a lot of cars set on fire.
Fuck you, Tapper, stupid piece of shit. It's even the people that Republicans seethe over for being like Democratic Party agents are like fucking horrible.
Even if most cars are not, but we appreciate your being here.
And we condemn that violence, and those people should not be out, and those people should be arrested. No doubt about that.
Okay. Democratic Congresswoman Nanette.
Obliterated. It's
fucking Christ. Man, they're having a blast out there. And this is the earlier location. Do you think the JFK quote, "Those who make peaceful revolutions impossible make violent revolutions inevitable," has any truth to it? Not necessarily. A population could just sort of like languish forever with no, you know, respite. They'll be out there for a while. Someone linked this earlier. 26 minutes ago.
My fellow Americans, how exciting this is.
Oh, is this about his $1,000 per person little bailout to the stock market?
Congratulations. Today you receive one of the most priceless gifts ever granted by human hands. You become a citizen.
It really does look like an AI video. Jesus.
Of the United States of America. What an honor. It is with great pride and wisdom in so many different ways, because you have such great wisdom, that I welcome you into our national family. No matter where you come from, you now share a home and a heritage with some of the most exceptional heroes, legends, and patriots to ever walk the face of the earth. All of the triumphs and glories of American history now belong to you. You have it in your being. You have it like nobody's had it before. With this sacred honor comes the highest responsibility.
Is this not even about the $1,000 endowment? Is he just talking to babies?
You know, the American way of life is unique in all the world, and as Americans, we must fiercely guard it. And
can you guys talk about something other than whether or not it's AI? It's uninteresting to me. We can't prove it either way, and I don't really care.
Defend it. In this country, we believe in hard work and merit system and equality of opportunity. We believe in self-government and the fair and equal and impartial rule of law. And we cherish our liberty and our God-given rights to free speech, free exercise of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. This special American culture is now yours to preserve. Your freedoms are now yours to protect. Our entire nation is now yours to love and to help build. And we trust that you will do a fantastic job and make us very, very proud.
He's just talking to babies? But babies can't even speak English yet. He just wanted to talk to babies? Okay.
Congratulations once again. God bless you, and God bless America.
Okay. All right. Okay. What are these links? Top Trump aides scramble to recruit as multiple candidates refuse Hegseth jobs. Makes sense. The White House is having trouble finding suitable candidates willing to take on top roles working for Hegseth, and officials are growing concerned that filling these roles may become even more difficult. Qualified candidates typically are eager to serve as the defense secretary's chief of staff. At least 3 people have turned down potential roles supporting Hegseth, and Vice President J.D. Vance and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles have actively gotten involved in the search. What? Chief of Staff and VP are like fucking headhunting to fill job slots? Okay. So far, the administration has not had much luck identifying people who are either willing to work for Hegseth or who fit the bill politically. And the White House has rejected some people Hegseth wants to hire, while Hegseth has rejected some of the White House's candidates. Oh my God. Hegseth has been rejecting candidates over what? Oh, I want more info. Some potential candidates have been rejected by the White House Personnel Office as insufficiently MAGA. And there are signs the White House lacks confidence in his leadership. Okay, but on what grounds is Hegseth denying candidates? Not hot enough? Don't want to sexually harass them? Like, what is he doing? Not drunk enough? That's really funny. Remember how mad he got at all the leaks from his staff? I reckon it's paranoia. It might be paranoia. Yeah, it might be paranoia. He looks like the kind of guy. That's really funny. Apparently they wiretapped him. Who's they? Hegseth aide upended Pentagon leak inquiry with false wiretap claims. Ex-Doge staffer suggested he had evidence of wiretap that held... Wait. What? Days before Hegseth fired 3 top aides last month over a Pentagon leak investigation with the disclosure of classified materials. Familiar with the episode. Recently hired senior advisor said he could help with the inquiry. Personal lawyer said he knew of warrantless surveillance conducted by the NSA that had identified the leakers. Volker offered to share the supposed evidence as long as he could help run the investigation. But when he eventually sat down with officials, it became clear he had no evidence of a wiretap. What? A Pentagon advisor says, dude, listen, I have like insider intel. I can help you find the leaker, okay? But I'll like share it with you, but you have to let me run the investigation. And then it turns out he was just lying? It's a fucking clown show over there. Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever, man. I've said this before, but like, given the way things are going, especially with the military, if the entire Trump administration was a plant by China to weaken our country and render us ineffective in global war, they would act indistinguishably from what they are doing right now. I don't think they are, but if they were, they would act like this. Jesus. All right. I'm going to try to end at a regular time because I have a feeling I'm going to be on later tonight as well. Just have a feeling it's going to happen, you know? I just have a, I have a feeling. So I can't put off covering this any longer. Yeah, call it a sixth sense, you know? You guys heard about this? Hold on. Yeah? Yeah, you have. Greta? Yeah, Greta. This happened live last night. So Greta Thunberg, along with some others, a member of EU Parliament, are on a boat. They're heading over to Gaza. They're trying to bring aid to Gaza and break a blockade, preventing people from doing so. The Israeli military intercepted them in international waters, by the way, which is an act of piracy, and boarded the boat and kidnapped them. It seems like the IDF is trying to go for like a tut-tut you crazy kids thing. The narrative from the Israeli government, they call this a selfie boat, right? They're like, well, this is just a bunch of celebrities and kids who are trying to, you know, get some clout off of fake activism, right? This is a line that for the most part, I believe the West has been reaffirming. But make no mistake about the severity of what they're doing, okay? In international waters, act of piracy, kidnap them. There's some video has been released, but I don't want to show it because the video that's being released at this time is being controlled by the Israeli military. So there's like a video of them handing like sandwiches to the people on the boat, you know, like, oh, look at how nice we are. These people we kidnapped in international waters, we're giving them sandwiches, you know? Oh yeah, the IDF said they were going to force them to watch footage of October 7th, which, you know, I bet you they haven't heard of that incident before. So I'm sure that being told what October 7th is will, you know, set them down the right track. What is that? It's a very obscure event that a lot of people haven't heard of. I love Western media, man. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition, which organized the voyage, said the activists were kidnapped by Israeli forces. They were, by the way. That's an objective statement. While trying to deliver desperately needed aid. The ship was unlawfully boarded, its unarmed civilian crew abducted, and its life-saving cargo, including baby formula food and medical supplies, confiscated, it said in the statement. It said the ship was seized in international waters about 200 kilometers from Gaza, and Adala asserted Israel had no legal authority to take it over. Notice how the Associated Press is only willing to deliver this information in the form of quoting the Freedom Flotilla people. So, okay, you know, these radical activists claim that Israel is not allowed to take people off their boats when they're in international waters. You know, they claim this. But we're not saying it. Yeah, there's no way to verify this information. This wasn't humanitarian aid, it's Instagram activism, Israeli government spokesperson David Menser said. Meanwhile, Israel has delivered 1,200 truckloads in the last 2 weeks. I believe you. Rights group questions Israel's seizure. I believe, am I right in remembering that the Swedish government has made a statement? Let me see if I can find that. Did you see Sweden refuse to do anything about Greta? Sweden's Foreign Minister Maria Malmer Stenergaard said that Greta Thunberg and 11 other activists legally detained by Israel are not in danger and do not require consular support via Swedish. Can I get the actual like media report from Sweden and not the activist Twitter account that paraphrases it? I want the actual information. Daily Mail link? Yeah, sure. Sweden snubs Greta Thunberg's plea for help on board Freedom Flotilla, country's blunt response activist. Okay, can I have the blunt response in question, please? Maria Malmer Stenergaard, the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs, said on Monday she believes that Thunberg is not in need of support from the ministry after the climate activist called on followers to pressure the government into action. Yeah, I suppose that's to be expected. A great responsibility rests on those who choose to travel contrary to the advice given to a place, she said outside the Swedish parliament as protesters gathered in Stockholm to demand intervention. The minister lamented that, as a result of Greta's plea, the consular hotline had received a high volume of calls that meant Swedes in need abroad were being held in long queues for assistance. Oh, how selfish of them. Oh, don't call in to ask us to do our job. You're being inconsiderate to other people, hypothetical people. Here's Al Jazeera consolidating the information. Thank you. World reacts to Israel's seizure of Gaza-bound aid vessel, Madeleine. Turkey, France. Macron has asked our 6 French nationals to be allowed to return to France as soon as possible. Allowed to return. We have asked to be able to exercise our consular protection over them and to visit them. Damn. That's more direct than Sweden. No response from the United Kingdom. Ireland, unsurprisingly, describes the Madeleine as a powerful symbol of humanitarian solidarity. Yes, yes. Information from Spain, I suppose. Jewish Council of Australia. That's not a governmental body, is it? Some of these are governmental bodies and some of these are activist organizations. Spain is a leftist government, bro. I'm just looking at what is being written here. Answer from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Stenergaard about the activists. They have their own responsibility. Sheesh. Fucking grim, man. I have no doubt that the people from the flotilla are going to be released safely. It doesn't benefit Israel at all to fucking murk them or whatever. But yeah, no, the cuckoldry here on display is absolutely psychotic. Israel is a demon state. It's a rogue state. This is an act of piracy in international waters. The idea that the Swedish government is like tut-tutting Greta Thunberg over this when they were abducted in international waters and therefore did not even break the national water blockade. Like they didn't even engage in the behavior which would be considered like under Israel's rights via international law, like prohibited. They're just going to go again? Well, they're very brave. They're very, very brave. The Swedish moderates are a right-wing piece of shit, yeah. And you know if they killed Thunberg, by the way, and boasted about it, the Swedish government still wouldn't do shit. But don't worry, folks. There is at least one powerful world leader willing to speak in defense of Greta Thunberg. And no, I'm not kidding. Mr. Trump.
Thunberg, and did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different.
Do you think
anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class. That's my primary recommendation for her.
Was she kidnapped by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
Unbelievably, he emerges from the weave to deliver a statement that is stronger than anything said by a Swedish government official. There you go. I can't believe it. We have right hook out of nowhere. Biden wouldn't say that. Outflanked yet again. Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, he's completely correct. He's completely correct. He's not wrong, but I think that was unintentional. Well, yeah, his brain is sludge, so, you know, who knows, but outcome-oriented, right? I mean, look at that. Jesus. Also, it's funny, which is the most important thing. Yeah, no, God. Maybe Netanyahu pissed him off or something. Oh, for 100%. Netanyahu is intolerable. He has been for decades. Everyone knows it. Everyone who has ever worked with Netanyahu finds him intolerable. Biden was just immensely cucked to him. He's just an unlikable person. Yeah, I don't know. I still think of this as a kind of victory. The fact that Israel was compelled to engage in piracy and kidnap Greta and the others in international waters, the fact that Israel still is, despite being a rogue state, susceptible enough to foreign influence that they feel the need to keep them alive. They didn't bomb the vessel like they did the last one. They might just go there again, man. They might just keep doing this, you know? What happens if Greta gets kidnapped in international waters and then arrested and kept indefinitely in military detention? Why didn't they just wait till she was in their waters? Why didn't Trump wait for an actual gigantic violent protest before deploying the Marines? Fascists overstep. That's how they get their power. They overstep and overstep and overstep and overstep. They see what they get away with. And the more you let them get away with, the more they're going to do next. Greta's amazing, though. Absolute beast. Yeah, no kidding. 20, 50, 100 times as brave as me. Are you kidding me? Absolutely. You still have the harder job, though? That is true. Anyway. Hopefully they're released soon, and safely. I hope they enjoy their PB&Js and their October 7th documentary. The IDF is probably going to show them that same October 7th documentary that they did like a limited release of here in the United States. Remember that? Did you see Trump having a catheter? No, but now that I see that he's wearing a catheter, yep, he is certainly wearing a catheter. I saw that. We'll just throw this in the Greta Thunberg segment. Why not? Show us. Here's him at the UFC match, right? Fucking Don Skinny Penis over here. It's a catheter. I mean, I know you're all going to be a goofball about it. You're going to say, oh no, it's a very long, very skinny penis. But no, that's a catheter. Well, he is old. Yeah, but, you know, I know we mostly clowned on Biden for this one because Biden was a little bit more communicatively inept than Trump, but he's still very, very old. And while being old is the least of Trump's crimes, it's, yeah, you know, it's a little embarrassing. Your president just walking around with a catheter, you know? Spaghetti penis. Yeah, that too. I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. Can you explain what the catheter is for? You don't know what a catheter is for? You shit into it. New Ken Martin Lake, if you haven't covered it. You see JD Vance salivating at the thought of deporting the menswear guy. Yeah, I did see that. They are making this guy's fucking career, man. It really proves how much fascism relies on aesthetics and nothing else. That the vice president of the United States is posting millennial-ass memes about the idea of deporting the menswear guy because he's been made fun of for wearing ill-fitting, skinny-fit clothing. You know? This is one of the reasons why I've said, like, you have to make fun of fascists for being ugly. You have to. Because for one, they are. And for two, they are obsessed with aesthetics. They're obsessed because it's all they have. The only thing they have is like photographs that they think give aura. It's all aura and hype moments. Yeah, the Department of Homeland Security account. I don't want my federal government posting memes. Sorry. Anyway, they're making his career, okay? Menswear guy? They're, honestly, they're taking attention away from people being mad at him for supporting, peaceful protests. Did you see his response? I didn't just see his response. I retweeted it. I think I can outrun you in these clothes. Imagine belonging to a political ideology that's obsessed with aesthetics and then wearing crew socks with your dress shoes. And your skinny pants. Ooh. You can't eat that burger, man. Your shirt's about to split. One more molecule of fat allocated to half your body here. Accidentally ordered from the adult menu. That's funny. Who is this? Not sure. Okay, stop linking me shit. I'm supposed to be going. I'm probably going to be on later today anyway. Now, what is this actual thing that I want to look at? You have essentially destroyed any chance I have, DNC Chair told David Hogg in private meeting. Holy fuck, man.
And I'll say, look, it has plenty of warts, and we're all trying to change those for sure. But the longer we continue this fight, the harder it is for us to actually do what we all want to do, which is make a difference in this country again. So I deeply respect you, David. I too was looking forward to working with you, but this has created a situation, and I'll be very honest with you, for the first time in my 100 days on this job, and Jessica knows this, the other night I said,
unbelievable weakness, genuinely. Genuinely. If any military leader demonstrated this kind of weakness, they would have a short conversation with a commissar, okay? Gee, you lead the DNC. In this moment of history, you're choosing this moment to be a giant bitch?
To myself for the first time, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. And partly not because of the stress and all the naysayers, right? I'm used to that. I've spent 14 years as a chair. I'm used to getting beat up on. But, you know, this is really everything, you know, from this election, this credentials report, and how Malcolm's been treated in this, to, you know, the fact the election itself, how Shasti and Gina were treated in this. I'm just quite frustrated to be in this position, because what you've done, whether you like it or not, or know it or not, David, is I'm trying to, no one knows who the hell I am, right?
Can you, like, this is why the Democrats lost to the Republicans, and it's why they're not doing anything right now. This is a culture of internal weakness that needs to be eradicated, like a termite infection from a house. These people are not fit to work in politics. These people should be shining my shoes. These people should be sweeping the streets or doing something productive, okay? These people should not be in politics. These are dickless, twiddly little bureaucrats. These are accountants. These people are not cut out for this work. They clearly don't have the balls for it. They are weak. I think people have pointed this out for years, but liberals have mistakenly believed it to be online posturing. They don't seem to understand there are real stakes and consequences to this. I don't think they understand that courage actually is a meaningful spirit, is a meaningful component to this work. It is embarrassing that the Republican Party fields and promotes time after time actual retards, low IQ people, degenerates, wife beaters, alcoholics and druggies. And in spite of their multiple character deficiencies, these people time and time again win in political battles with the Democrats because they have one thing the Democrats don't, which is balls, and they have them in abundance. Literally, that's all. There are plenty of Democrats who have balls. The average liberal Democrat voter has more balls than this guy. The average person who voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 presidential, I guarantee you, has stronger convictions than these people. The average libshit. These people are shockingly weak. And I think that's because, as a prerequisite to be a Democrat, to be in Democratic leadership, you have to be weak. Because only a weak person could claim to stand for the people, but really stand for Wall Street. The Republicans don't have this issue because they are openly evil. There's a continuous through line, right? You go in there, they don't have to be weak. There's not an internal compromise. No Republican gets into politics because they want to help people. That's not who the party elevates. But the Democratic Party will find people who start out wanting to help others, and then they have to engage in the self-selection. Who starts out wanting to help others, but is willing to be broken until they are complacent enough to allow, well, the likes of Schumer and Jeffries, right? To allow this to be the state of the party. And as a consequence, the only people who rise to the top of this party are weak. Shockingly weak.
I'm trying to get my sea legs underneath of me and actually develop any amount of credibility so I can go out there and raise the money and do the job I need to put ourselves in a position of...
This would be pathetic to hear from a person in a mid-level managerial position. If you worked at a clothing store, if you worked at a department store and you had a mid-level manager, not even like store owner or whatever, just mid-level, right, who was talking like this, you're really undermining my authority. I'm still trying to get my bearings here 100 days in, and you're making that. This would sound weak from them. This guy's DNC chair.
Win. And again, I don't think you intended this, but you essentially destroyed any chance I have to show the leadership.
It's ruined. It's ruined because of you. You did it. You've challenged my leadership by suggesting that we should promote competent Democrats and primary weak ones. Well, now we know why Ken Martin hated David Hogg's suggestion that weak Democrats need to be primary, because he himself is one of them. What's with all the anti-weak Democrat bias? Shouldn't the party have space for useless, inept pieces of shit?
That I need to. So it's really frustrating.
Are you crying?
Gene.
He is crying. He is crying. He's crying. He's crying.
Frustrating. Gene.
He needs to resign. He needs to resign immediately. This is unconscionable. Resign in disgrace. Leave the country. Go to an island and be a fisherman. I don't care. This is a one-party country. I actually can't believe it. You know, for years now I've called out the Democrats on being weak, but normally the weakness I'm referring to are people like Schumer or Jeffries or Biden or Kamala Harris, who are so watered down by consultancy and by in-group bias, and, you know, they don't talk to normal people. They have no idea what the fuck they're supposed to do or say. Normally the weakness I'm referring to is a broader ideological weakness, okay? It's not usually like you're just like you personally, you as an individual are a spineless wretch. Like that's normally, it's the previous kind. We've compounded weakness. I'm not joking even a little. This level of weakness is going to get us killed. The choice to elevate people like this is a decision to have you killed. The Democratic Party might as well be putting a gun to your temple. We're not, this isn't sports here. Everyone's lives, their continuity and well-being depend on the results of this ongoing battle. The Democrats choosing to elevate people like this is a choice to put a bullet between your eyes and mine. Crying. Jesus fucking Christ. In a statement, DNC Associate Chair Shasti Conrad, who attended the Zoom meeting and was briefly mentioned on it, said Martin, quote, showed vulnerability in a private conversation and, quote, stood up for the Democratic Party. He shows up with authenticity always, she said. That's what you'll hear on the tape. He's going to be DNC chair for 57 years. I'm going to die an old man hearing about how he's trial running a new fundraising strategy to finally end the 50-year-long Republican Reich. Kenyatta, who was also at the meeting, similarly stood by Martin. Breaking news, a human being had a frustrating day at work. They literally are ooh-woo small beaning the DNC chair. They don't care. They fucking hate you, dude. They really hate you. They hate you more than the Republicans do. At least the Republicans, the Republicans see you as like an entertaining obstacle to overcome in their pursuit of maximizing human suffering. But the Democrats, they feel resentment towards you. The Republicans don't. The Republicans see you as an inhuman obstacle. But the Democrats despise you because in addition to not caring about your well-being at all, they also resent the fact that you expect them to do their job and protect you. It's just a human being having a frustrating day at work. After Politico reached out to Martin and the DNC, 3 party officers who were on the call but not contacted by Politico sent statements of support for Martin, DNC Associate Chair Stuart Applebaum, DNC Secretary Jason Ray, and Rep. Joyce Betty, a DNC Associate Chair and former Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. And they all fucking fall in rank to protect because they know that the party exists to siphon high salaries into a couple thousand lucky people who get to make their money doing nothing. When Martin campaigned for the DNC post, he called for a, quote, massive narrative and branding project to boost the party's image. It's going great. I will never give these people money again in my fucking life. I will never give them money. You gave them money? I'm virtue signaling. I have no idea when the last time I've given money through ActBlue is. I mean, you know, people like Mamdani deserve it. Not every person who runs as a Democrat is part of this machine. But, you know. True, I did buy Biden merch. That is true. That is true. I bought the Biden merch. The mug with the Dark Brandon thing. You still have the mug? Yeah, I'm not going to throw it away. It's kind of like a bittersweet memory of like a brief period of time during which there was maybe a tiny glimmer of comedic, what would you call it? Not comedic. A little bit of like self, you know, mockery that resonated, that kind of, a little whimsy, you know, a little whimsy. A little whimsy. Is anyone else like angrier about this than anything else that's happened recently? I'm actually like livid. I'm really trying to restrain myself with my commentary on this. Yeah, props to whoever leaked this. Thank you, Politico, for broadcasting it. The indescribable hatred for Ken Martin and everyone protecting him. I can't really say much about it. I'm over time, by the way. I'm probably going to stream later. So I'm really sorry to do this twice in a row, but I'll read donos then. I didn't expect to. Honest to God, I'm angry. I don't want to read your donos right now. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't think I would treat them with the appropriate respect. And I do respect. I love my job, and I love the kindness people show me in indicating to me that they respect the tips. The camera guy was funny. Yeah. Yeah, he was. I'll read the tips later tonight. Take care. I'm gonna go and do my thing. I'll see you later. Got other stuff to do, man. Got groceries, probably some other stuff.